Prompt all of the agents to review the project in complete depth and prepare to assist me. What's up, chat? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Welcome back, everyone. I am back. I've been sick. I've had the Henta virus, but we're back, and it feels good to be back. Let's go. Here's where we're at on revenue, chat. Let's do a quick refresh. As you guys know, consistency is the key. Now, we were still making money. I had a couple good days. Yesterday, I made 815, or I guess that was yesterday. 815 yesterday. The day before that, 632. The day before that, 326. The day before that, 830. And these are days where I was sick. I wasn't even able to stream, work, do anything. And we're still making money. But MRR is down a bit. If you guys look at this, it is down, but that's okay. Hold up, I think that there's no music on some of these scenes. Let me fix this, but I am back. You know, the biggest thing is with consistency, like, hey, consistency is the key. And I think that one of the biggest things with that is that, hey, if you are sick, if you're out for a couple days, look at this churn that we experienced. Look at this. We were at 15. So we were right at 16,000, and we dropped from 16,000 to 15,521, which isn't good, right? I personally don't like that, but we're gonna get this done, and we're gonna get back. We're one step backward, two steps forward. But let's do a couple things. It looks like I have to configure a couple things with my OBS settings. I don't think you guys can even hear the music right now. Actually, this scene has it. I'll fix that here though in a second. But welcome back, everybody. Shout out to the Gato Meow, Fast AI, what's up? What's up? Mad Boy, what's up? Yeah, churn is normal. Deke, what's up? Legato, what's up? Eper, what's up? Python, what's up? Yeah, let me fix. I've been off a couple days, and that's what I'm saying, guys. Hey, if you miss a couple days, it's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. So let me do a couple things here to get like the music and just like the scenes fixed. I got the font coming on. All right, hold up. Let me move this and. All right, hold on, chat. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. All right, hold on. Let me turn down the music. All right, hold up. All right, let's just do a couple things real quick. Okay, so on OBS, I'm just gonna fix OBS here for a second. But yeah, I mean, it's good to be back. I was so sick. I started to get sick like early in the week, and I was pushing through it. But then Thursday, Friday, I was insanely sick. There's no way I was able to work. And then Saturday, I was also pretty bad. I started to get better yesterday. Today, I'm still sick. You guys may be able to tell, but I'm pretty much past the worst of it. But it's good to be back. Sid Nass, what's up? How's it going? Ann, what's up? Nicholas, what's up? Mute the app. Good to see you, man. Welcome back. But yeah, I mean, this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a little bit of churn, and it's because I haven't been able to work, right? So it's like let's get back to it. Let's hold on. Let me get this audio configured. I mean, even if you, and it's okay to take time off, like especially if like you're sick and stuff. But the thing is, you do have to, you know, just in your mind know, hey, if you're gonna like take days off, you're probably not gonna make a ton of progress, if you know what I mean. But here we go. Let me add this. Okay, there's the audio there. Give me 1 second here, guys. Sorry about this. Okay, the audio is not on this screen either. Hold on. I'm gonna add it here. Add it here. That should be good. Okay, what is this? Hold on, give me 1 second here. This may be double audio. Okay, no. Okay. All right, let me get the chill music on, chat. Sorry, a little bit of technical stuff at the start of the stream. But yeah, I mean, today we, if you guys are in the Discord, there's one thing that I am gonna make a quick announcement on. So we are gonna actually open source Bridgebench. I don't know if you guys saw the announcement that I made in the Discord, but I do want to show this to you guys because this is something that when I was kind of taking a break for a little bit, just because I was sick, I was like, you know, sometimes it's good to take a break because what it allows you to do is it does allow you to get like some ideas where, hey, if you're so up close on a problem or if you're so invested in the day-to-day of something, when you take a step back, even though I was sick, hey, I was able to actually like kind of get a little bit of a better vision of what I want to do. And one thing that I did think about is I would really like to have a community project for the BridgeMind community. And I think that with Bridgebench, this is actually something that I would like to turn into like an open source community project. So as you guys know, Bridgebench, this benchmark has been retweeted by Elon Musk 4 times. It's generated like at least 100 million views on X. It's a very, very relevant benchmark when it comes to like things that people look towards when it comes to like vibe coding, like AI model releases and vibe coding. As you guys know, we do have a model release tomorrow with Gemini 3.2. All right, hold up. What's the MRR? It's 15,521. Yeah, the MRR dipped a little bit because I was really sick. But I do want to show this to you guys. Check this out. So if we go over to Polymarket, this is, check this out. So also Claude 5 is, wow. Okay, so Claude 5 isn't going to release for a while. But if we look at Gemini 3.2 released on, look at this. It is an absolute certainty at this point that it's going to release tomorrow. It's 97%. So tomorrow is actually going to be a huge day for us. We're going to have Vibecademy launching tomorrow with a cybersecurity course. Is what we're going to launch Vibecademy with. It's just going to launch with a cybersecurity course for vibe coding. I think that's a really good place to start. But tomorrow, Gemini 3.2, this is going to launch tomorrow. And I'm very, very looking forward to Gemini 3.2. As you guys know, Gemini 3.1 was a very big improvement from Gemini 3. Gemini 3.1 Pro, I think it launched in what, February, I think? Drew, what's up, man? How's it going? Flash only, no Pro. It's going to be Gemini 3.5. Okay, that's interesting. So, hold on, let's check that out. Let's look at, I think that one thing to look at is always Polymarket. Let's look at, so Gemini 3.5 released by, oh, actually, okay. Do you see this? Okay, so shout out to Crady's in the chat. So he actually just brought up a really good point. Whoa, the insiders on this one are crazy. Oh my gosh, 453,000. So if you guys don't know, like, there's definitely like a ton of insider trading on Polymarket. And if you look at this is actually a really good point. So shout out to Crady's. Yeah, 4.7 isn't very good. So look at this. So 93% for Gemini 3.5 to be released by May 31st, which is actually pretty surprising. If you look at this, what this basically tells me is, okay, this is probably going to release tomorrow. I actually didn't even know this. So it looks like tomorrow we're probably going to get Gemini 3.5 and we're going to get, wow, I didn't know that. Okay, so Gemini 3.5 is probably going to release tomorrow. Let's make a post on X about this. But yeah, that's actually huge. So Gemini 3.5 Pro is probably going to release tomorrow. Dang, okay, that's awesome. It's going to be called 3.5, not 3.2. Well, look at this, though. Gemini, there is going to be a Gemini 3.2, though, because look at this. There's a 97% chance of Gemini 3.2 releasing tomorrow. So I think that, yeah, I mean, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific time, it looks like we are going to get that tomorrow. Okay. All right, that's actually awesome. So that's coming tomorrow. That's going to be huge. But I think that like this did make me think about Bridgebench a lot, because if you guys have tried out Grok Build, I do want to show this to you guys. So let's go over to BridgeSpace real quick. And if we go over to Grok, so I have tested out Grok Build. If you guys didn't see my video this morning, I did make a video on this. But this Grok Build, I'll just show you guys this real quick. I need you to create a single HTML file of a first-person shooter game. First-person shooter game where waves of enemies come and I fight them with an AR-15 in a RPG. It should be a very modern map. I don't know. So we'll just do a single HTML file. Like Grok 4.3, there's a couple issues with it, with Grok Build. So I did purchase this. I made a video on it this morning, but look at this. So it's very, very fast. But there's a lot of issues with Grok Build, okay? I wasn't able to test it out when it initially dropped, but I did test it out. I bought the $300 a month plan, and somebody said Grok Build is goated. You think so? How do you find Grok? What do you mean, how do I find it? Have you tried the new feature, Claude Agents? Isn't that exactly what you're trying to build with BridgeMind? No, I haven't tried Claude Agents yet, but I'll take a look at it today. But look at this. So there's a couple issues with Grok Build that a lot of people like. Just first things first, I'm going to do a /usage command because I think that this does show everything that you need to know about Grok Build. So if you look at this, I'm at 8% used, and this limit resets on May 31st, which is about 2 weeks from now, right? I have only used Grok Build for a 1 hour vibe coding session. And the 1 hour vibe coding session that I did was not that like, it wasn't like my normal ones where I would be launching like tons of subagents on like real tasks. It was kind of like a test workflow, right? And this rinsed my, whatever this even is, I guess, is it a monthly limit? How do you find Google? What do you mean, how do I find Google? Grok's feature looks good for the current model size, 100%. So Tinker, that's a very good point. So if you guys didn't know, hey, the reason that this model isn't very good is in large part because it's very small. It's a 500 billion parameter model. So, hey, if you look at artificial analysis and you say, okay, well, let's look at artificial analysis. How is Grok 4.3 doing on artificial analysis? Coding index, it doesn't perform very good. Let's add GPT 5.5 in here, and let's also add Opus 4.7 in here, and then let's add 4.3 in here. So Grok 4.3. So if we go here, you can see like, okay, Grok 4.3 is way off in coding capabilities. It's at 41 here. And then, you know, GPT 5.5 is at 59, Opus 4.7 at 53. But in intelligence, it's actually not that far off. Look at it. It's beating out GPT 5.2. It's beating out a lot of legacy models. I mean, Gemini 3 Pro. But you have to take into account that this is a 300 billion parameter model. So when you take that into account, that's pretty impressive results for a 500 billion parameter model. Now, there are other issues with it. For example, like the usage limits are absolutely terrible. 8%, that's insane. But still, I think that, you know, you definitely need to factor that in. Sorry, guys. Getting over the sickness. How do I come up with a good idea to implement? I think that you can look at like other things that are succeeding in the market and try and, you know, find your way. I think that like sometimes finding out things that are already working and replicating them are sometimes good things to do rather than, you know, testing a new market. You will get paid more if you do test a new market and it is successful, but that can be risky, right? But like, yeah, Grok Build here, it's fast. But honestly, when I did test it, like 3 minutes, Grok 4.3 is a very fast model, but when I'm using it in Grok Build, this isn't that much faster than like Claude Code would be, or even GPT 5.5 inside of Codex. Like, I'm just a little bit surprised on Grok Build because of that usage limit. Like, thinking about Elon Musk, it's like, hey, they just gave up all that compute to Anthropic. I would think that they would still have like good usage limits. This isn't a very expensive model. So I was a little bit surprised. If we go over to OpenRouter here, let's just go to OpenRouter. If we go to OpenRouter and we go over to Grok 4.3, right? It's not a very expensive model. Hold on. This modal has a bug in it. All right, that model has a bug in it. Hold on. All right. All right, 1 All right, so check this out. So if we actually go over to OpenRouter, I'll show this to you guys. So Grok 4.3, it's a very cheap model. Grok 4.3, $1.25 per million, $2.50 per million on the output. That's very cheap. But what I see in like the rate limits and stuff, like 8% used, like this plan was $300. So the fact that it's that expensive, I'm honestly just a little bit surprised. Because I was thinking like, hey, for $300 a month, now I did use the 67% off, but 8% used, that's too much credits being used there. That's way too much. Don't you think they are still working on the limits? They'll still work on them, but like, I think they'll make them better is what Elon said, right? Elon said they'll make them better, but still, I mean, that's not very good. Can you read the comment I posted on your latest video about Grok? 100%, I read all my comments. But yeah, we'll see what it produces, but like, again, hey, with Grok, what we're seeing is that the output is very bad. If you guys watched my video, you'll see that it did not produce good output. But with that being said, let's go over to our good friend Opus 4.7 and let's start dropping in some real world tasks. So I do want to pull up chat. I've been, all right, hold up here. All right, let's go. Eper said, it's cool, but still not reliable for coding. Yeah, I agree. Most people use Grok just for trend analysis. Yeah, I mean, it's, I'm just surprised. I definitely did think that, hey, they took a while to release this, and it's not that good, especially for the price. We'll see what it creates, though, but honestly, if I have to take a wild guess, I would say that what it creates is not going to be that good, but that's just a guess. Shout out to everybody watching over on Twitch. Let's go. All right, let me pull this up. Okay. All right, there we go. So it's now done. Give me the URL that I can open this in a browser. All right, we're going to open this in a browser and see what it looks like. Okay, I do need to update the Nightbot. Super heavy, but not? What do you mean? Okay, even like stuff like this. Like, why isn't this just opening? All right, here's the HTML file that I created. Let's check it out. HTML renderer. All right, let's check this out, guys. So here is what it created. Let's just drop this in. Is it black screen? That's crazy. So yeah, just a black screen. Yeah, it's not good. I'm a little bit disappointed. But I just think that, like, hey, a 500 billion parameter model, it's not good with coding. I continue to see this, honestly. Anam, what's up? Okay, I'm gonna close this. Yeah, so it's just rendered, literally just black. Yikes. Okay, let's go over here. All right, I'm gonna let this. I mean, it's not good. All right, let's pull up the Discord real quick. Try opening the file directly and don't use an HTML renderer, maybe. I don't know. It could be the website messing with it. Okay, we can test it. We can do that just to make sure. Would you actually open this on my computer? But the thing is, it was black when I think it tested it on Playwright. Elon scam? I wouldn't say Elon scam, but I would say, okay, okay, hold up. All right, shout out to Ice Wizard in the chat. Ice Wizard, let's go. All right, enter the breach. Oh, whoa. Okay, this actually, okay, I can't move. Oh, wait, no, I can. Whoa, okay. Okay, wait, the controls are backwards. Okay, so that did work, though. I do have to reload. Okay, this is actually... I mean, This is actually kind of better than what GPT 5.5 has created with this stuff. Here, look. You guys can look at this. Hold on, I ran out of ammo. What do you guys think? That cold going around is beautiful. I was brutal. I was down for over a week. Yeah, I got super sick last week. I was pushing through it. I was definitely pushing through it, but it does get to a point where you just can't anymore. I was like super congested and had a fever and stuff, so I was like, I mean, like, obviously, like, this is not great. Bro got recoil. Yeah, people are saying that there's recoil. I mean, these are like ghosts, kind of. Where's the RPG? Okay, here's the RPG. Whoa, that's sick. All right, that's kind of cool. Okay, the backwards controls are a little bit annoying, but I mean, that's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be honest with you. Gemini 3.5 will mog? Probably, yeah. Yeah, so people are saying in the chat, so apparently it's going to be Gemini 3.5 that's going to release tomorrow, which that's a little bit more exciting, to be honest. Gemini will be same nonetheless. I don't think so. If you guys look at artificial analysis, look at this. So Gemini and just Google in general, they are very much known for, like, they will actually, in my opinion, do a very good job on their model releases. If we just compare, like, hold on, let's add in Anthropic to this list. So if we compare, like, look at this. This is Gemini 3.1 Pro, right? Do you guys see how this is just the measure of intelligence? Gemini 3 Pro was at 48. Gemini 3.1 Pro was at 57, right? Which is a very substantial jump. If you look at the iterations that, like, GPT and Claude are giving, GPT 5.3 was at 53. GPT 5.4 was at 56, right? So it's a much smaller increase in intelligence. But the thing is like, I think that Google, when they do these model drops, they do a pretty good job where, like, I guess the smallest one was from, like, no, because that was Gemini 2.5 Pro preview to just Gemini 2.5 Pro. That was the smallest jump they had. Gemini 2 Flash experimental. Yeah, so the small jumps that they have are just from, like, preview to non-preview. The normal jumps that they have are actually pretty substantial. So I think that this is going to be, yeah, Google does huge steps on improvements. LF said, yeah, and I agree with him. I think that tomorrow we could actually see a very big release from Google. I will be live streaming this and testing it as soon as it drops. We're going to do a launch party for it in the Discord like we did with the release of GPT 5.5. But I would not sleep on that. I think that it's going to be a very good model. I think it could potentially outperform GPT 5.5, to be honest with you guys. We'll see. Only time will tell. We'll see. But I think that's definitely one thing to keep your eye out on for sure. All right. Let's go over here real quick. All right, let's knock out some bugs, guys. We got to hit some bugs for BridgeSpace. Let's just focus in a little bit and knock out some bugs. Hold on, let's put some goals up on the board. All right, stand. All right, we're gonna do a 4-hour stream. We're gonna have to punch out some BridgeSpace tickets. We're gonna get Vibecademy launch ready. And then we're going to have this Bridgebench brainstorm event. So check this out. So I am going to take Bridgebench open source, and I think that it would be really cool if we did have this open source and it was a community project. I think that this has a ton of potential. It's been tweeted by Elon Musk like 4 times, but I think that it has a lot of work that needs to be done. And I think it needs to be, like, really taken to the next level with V3. V2 is already out, and, it gets a lot of traction. The only thing is, it's like, I really do think that we can take it up to the next level. So this is something that we potentially could do. There's 15 people that potentially are interested. We'll see. Let me know in the chat if you guys would be interested in basically participating in this. Like, we basically we just need to figure out, hey, how can we create a benchmark that is an incredible vibe coding benchmark? And like, I think that one thing that I wasn't a big fan of is like, hey, after testing, Sizik over on Twitch, what's up, man? Good morning. Hey, once I tested this, right? Like, I tested Grok 4.3, and like, if you look at this, if you look at Bridgebench, one thing that I don't like is I actually don't like that Grok 4.3, like Grok models in general are performing very well. And I think that like some of these weights, right? Like Grok 4.3 is #1 on Bridgebench for vibe coding. I would not be using Grok 4.3. So the fact that Grok 4.3 is scoring so high, it has a lot to do with other things that aren't necessarily associated with code generation. So for example, if we actually look at Bridgebench, what you'll see is that like, hey, Grok 4.3 does perform very well on hallucination benchmarks, right? Like this is known, Grok models do very well on hallucination. You can see it's #1 in this benchmark. It's also very high in the reasoning benchmark. It scores 40.9, which is #2. It does very well on reasoning. It also does very well on speed. So the reason that Grok scores so highly is because, hey, if you get like #1 on a couple different of these benchmarks, like, yeah, you're gonna score like really high, and Grok does that. So it's just kind of interesting. No, Flash is not gonna outperform GPT. I think that Gemini 3.5 Pro though potentially could. Yeah, Eeper, 100%. I agree. All right, let's go over here. Okay. Data Moon over on Twitch. What's up, man? How's it going? But yeah, you know what's interesting? Like, I will definitely say, hey, if you're not consistent with stuff, like even just being sick, it's been a little bit tough because just like even getting back into the flow of things can be a little bit challenging. You know what I mean? But let's go knock a couple things out. Let's go over here. All right, so support tickets. Let's just knock a couple of these out. So unable to scroll terminal window in BridgeSpace. All right, so this is version 3.0.62. It looks like this is just on Codex. When using BridgeSpace, I am unable to scroll the active terminal window. I select one of the terminals and attempt to scroll, but it remains static, not allowing me to view all of the context. Moving to full screen also has the same result. Although it shows more detail, it still cannot be scrolled. On review, it appears to just be Codex. Claude terminal windows can be scrolled without issues. I have a screen recording, but does not look like I'm posted. Okay, so let's see. Let's just debug this. Let's drop this in, and let's just go. And finally, we'll kind of get in here. All right, we'll do BridgeSpace. Honestly, I don't think that it's good to use Opus 4.7 right now on like stuff like this. I think that Codex is going to do a much better job with like bugs and stuff. I just put Codex in extra high. I'm going to drop this in. I need you to launch 2 deep dive agents and do a complete review of this bug report that you see here, and then review the code and pinpoint exactly what is causing this and create a structured plan to fix the bug that has been reported here. What's Vibecademy? You can go check it out at Vibecademy.ai. We've been working on it. It is done, and we're ready to ship it out. And I am going to put this in plan mode. Hold up here. I think I just do... All right, let's, honestly, I'm gonna use, I just trust Codex a little bit more now on like a lot of like bug related stuff. Email on homepage never arrives with any discount code. When filling out the email offer on the homepage, an email never arrives and the promised coupon code never arrives. Okay, we definitely want to fix that. All right, let's go over here. All right. I need you to review this bug report and launch 3 deep dive agents to review the code and figure out why this is happening and diagnose the bug, and then create a structured plan to update the code to fix the bug. Finally, it is launching GPT 5.5 extra high sub agents, which I do like a lot better. That's actually really nice. For a while there, when you launch sub agents, it would be launching like mini sub agents, which I didn't like that approach. All right, then I'll just do plan here. All right, we'll do plan mode. All right, we're gonna launch this. Why not using Codex GPT 5.5? We are using 5.5. I've got Codex agents down here. I've got Grok Build, but I would not don't let Grok 4.3 touch your code base. It's not ready yet. Try out the new Claude agents view. Oh yeah, I did see that. How do you enable it? Is it like manage agent configurations? Is this it? What's the command for that? Saw Consciousness, what's up? How's it going? Zorzin said, happy to be back in the stream. Got a little bored today. Yeah, me too. Yeah, the being sick is, I'll tell you what, it's not fun. You know, I think that, like, sickness, just like health in general, it's one of those things where, like, health is something where, and in my case, you know, I just had, like, whatever it was, if it was COVID or if it was just, like, a bad cold or whatever it was, you know, you kind of take for granted so many things until, like, you don't have the thing that you were taking for granted, right? And, like, something that I take for granted for sure is just, like, my health, right? We're like, hey, if I'm, like, super sick, I can't work, right? So you don't realize how amazing it is to be in good health until you get sick, right? So it's like, I don't know, it's just like there's a lesson in there somewhere, but it's just nice to be back for sure, working on this. Okay, in a second here, I am going to show you guys, I am looking to recruit some people that are going to help me with the Bridgebench open source project. I think, like, the event today, we may, or depending on what you guys think, like, I would like to just, like, brainstorm some ideas on Bridgebench, because, for example, I think that the potential of Bridgebench, especially an open source project that's built by the BridgeMind community, like, I think that it would be so good to be able to, like, really create a useful vibe coding benchmark. And with Bridgebench, I like what we've done with it. I don't like the fact that Grok 4.3 is ranked #1 on it, because it kind of, like I showed you guys a second ago, but because it performs so well on those, like, particular benchmarks, you know, it does really good, right? And I honestly don't like that it does so good. Okay, let's see this. So side panel browser URL is not changing. Okay, so this is another issue. So they said, when I'm using the browser for my local development, the URL is not changing. I am navigating through different parts of my website. It is remaining on the URL with which I have started. So that's actually a bug that I have noticed as well. And again, I do think that having GPT 5.5 solve these bugs is actually much better. Let's launch this. I need you to launch 5 deep dive agents and do a complete review of the code and diagnose the bug that has been described here. Review in depth and then create a structured plan to fix the bug. So pretty much the bug that they're describing, I'll show it to you guys here. So look at this. Yeah, stock consciousness, absolutely. All right, so check this out. So if we go over to the browser here, and let's say that we go over to BridgeMind, right? So you guys can see the URLs at bridgemind.ai. Now watch this. If I navigate to a different part of the website, that URL doesn't change. So when I refresh this, it's going to go back to the main URL instead of going to the URL that I just gone to, right? So that's an issue. We're going to put this in plan mode. All right, that's one issue of having it on my shift key. But yeah, okay, there we go. So this is going to launch 5 deep dive agents. We can collapse this now, but that's the bug that we're going to solve there. 3.2 or 3.5. I think it's going to be both. So I think that what people are saying, and it probably is correct. But if we, like, go over to Polymarket, what we are seeing is that, and I do look at Polymarket. I don't use Polymarket is a great source of insider information. Like, hey, if people are betting hundreds of thousands of dollars, they probably do have some insider information. I'm going to be honest. It's not very hard to get it, especially like in the tech scene. Like, people know that these models are releasing. Now, if you want to become a felon, that's fine. But like, look at this. So Gemini 3.2 is going to release tomorrow. Whether it's going to be Gemini 3.2 Flash or Gemini 3.2 Pro, we don't know for sure. But there's a 97% chance, and there's $150,000 in volume, okay? So this is pretty much like a sure thing. Gemini 3.2 Pro, or whatever it may be, Flash, it's going to release tomorrow. But then also, somebody in the chat said, hey, by the way, 3.5 is going to release tomorrow. So I looked at this, and look at this. There's a 91% chance. This is not like for tomorrow, but Google I/O is tomorrow. So if you look at this, you can see that there's a 91% chance that it releases this month. So it's probably going to be tomorrow. So that's what I was seeing, is that it has a very high chance. So Gemini 3.5, Gemini 3.2, we're probably going to get 2 models tomorrow from Google. The new agents view command. Hold on. What is this agents view? Is it just, do I do agents? Manage agent configurations. I don't know. Okay, let's implement this plan here. I don't know this agents view that you're talking about. What keyboard am I using? I'm just using the Apple default keyboard. It's this one right here. Okay. Shout out to everybody over on Twitch, by the way. How do we merge, synthesize the open source synergetic frameworks like Graphify, Git Nexus, GBrain Context 7? I'm not sure. I don't have experience with that. Read the context below. What do you mean? Somebody asked, how can I earn like you? Just stay consistent with something and you'll succeed. All right, so this one, it says it found the root cause. Okay, I need you to do a deeper review and create an official structured plan. All right, I'll actually put this in plan mode here. All right, there we go. But man, it is good to not be sick anymore. I'm gonna be honest, guys. That was a tough week. Yeah, Lulu over on Twitch said feeling better. Yeah, I was totally out last week. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday were really rough for me. But coming out of it now, and honestly, it's like, hey, like even just getting some space to be able to, you know, just like rest, even though I was sick, probably ended up being a good thing for me, honestly. All right, does not detect membership. Okay, I'm now working on this. Thank you. All right, so this is somebody that said that it was not detecting their membership. So we do want to just highlight this real quick, and we're gonna drop this in. I'm gonna do this one in Claude Code. I need you to launch 5 deep dive agents and review this bug report in complete depth and identify why this user is sometimes having it not recognize their plan. Pinpoint the exact cause of the bug. Don't update any code, but create a structured plan based off of your findings. All right. What's the Grok tabs? Yeah, so if you guys haven't seen the new Grok build, I did do an official review on this morning. One thing to note, just like biggest takeaway about Grok build is that the usage on it is absolutely awful. So there's kind of like 2 takeaways. I did do a video on it, but you know, spoiler alert, 2 takeaways here from Grok build, okay, which released on Thursday. I was sick when it released, which kind of was not fun, but sorry. So look at this. So if you look at this and you do usage, okay, this is my usage after a 1-hour vibe coding session. Do you guys see this? Do you see how it says 8% used? I used 8% of my, it's like a 2-week limit or something like that. Maybe even a monthly limit. It resets on May 31st. So you have a 2-week limit, and I already ripped through 8% of my usage inside of one hour coding session, which is insane. That is like, those rate limits right there is worse than anything that Claude Code was doing, right? So the fact that more people aren't drawing attention to this, I did make a post about it on X, but those are probably the worst rate limits that I've ever seen from any company. Those are worse than the Cursor Max rate limits, because remember, you're spending $300 a month for this subscription. So the fact that I ripped through 8% of my usage, and not only that, but like, I'll give this a quick task for you guys, just so you guys can see, like, let's just do this. Let's drop in BridgeMind UI, and let's just say, I need you to review the website and help me create a new blog about vibe coding and about the new Grok build. I need you to launch 3 sub-agents and gain a complete understanding about Grok build. And then I need you to create a robust blog about Grok build, create a structured plan before you create the blog. So I'll give this task just so you guys can see how it works. So we'll put it in plan mode. So this is in plan mode. And what I found when I was testing this is that even though Grok 4.3 is like a very fast model, when I was testing it inside of Grok Build, it does tasks very slowly. So we're gonna launch 3 sub-agents here, but it ends up being like very slow. I don't know if you guys are experiencing the same thing, but with Grok Build, I'm like, man, they need a CLI coding tool, because it really is, it's going to allow people to use their model more. Like, I don't like using, I wouldn't want to use Grok 4.3 inside of like OpenCode, for example, but I'm a little bit more attuned to use it if I'm using like their harness, I'm getting subsidized to use their model rather than paying per token, right? Like that, at the end of the day, that's why people are drawn to like Claude Code or Codex, because hey, you're getting a coding harness and then you're also getting heavily subsidized, right? So it has a lot to do with, hey, what model are you getting a subsidy for? And if you're getting a subsidy for a crappy model, why would you want to even buy that plan, right? And so I would not recommend that you get Grok Build at all, because the underlying model is just, you're not gonna be building like really good apps with this, right? You're actually really gonna struggle with it. It reminds me of like GPT-5, maybe even worse, maybe like GPT-4o, because it was like messing up when I was using this to like recreate a website. It was messing up on like very simple stuff. I was actually laughing. I kind of felt bad because Elon Musk, I respect Elon Musk a lot. So I think that, I mean, the guy's got like 5 companies, more than that, obviously, but he's got like 5 massive companies that he's running, and you've got to respect him, right? So I felt bad because I was like, I feel like I'm disrespecting his company because I was laughing. But like at the end of the day, like Elon, like, come on, like we got to do a little bit better than 8% usage after a 1-hour session. And even right now, for example, right? Hey, you have three sub agents that are working, and we also have like a bunch of agents that are working behind the scenes here that are working on actual BridgeMind bugs and stuff. But I just want to test this out so you guys get to see it, so that you don't have to buy it yourself. But you guys can see this. It ends up being a little bit slower. So even though it's like a very fast model, it ends up being a little bit slow. Which is kind of surprising. But I'm surprised that like Elon Musk, like, hey, I know that XAI is one of his main, I mean, it's now wrapped into SpaceX. They're about to IPO. And just to compare this with like OpenAI in Anthropic, they're not even close. Now, it is a 500 billion parameter model, but I'm just surprised it's not very good. Hold on, sorry guys, I'm getting a call. All right, I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to have to take this call real quick. I'll be right back. I'm just going to mute my mic. This is important. It's not good. All right, I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. I got to go. Hey, Elon. How's it going? Oh, you're watching the stream right now? Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you saw my video this morning? No, I'm sorry about that, Elon. No, I'm sorry about that. I mean, the model just isn't very good. I don't know, like, no, I don't want to take any more of your money. I mean, listen, 250 racks and yeah, 250. All right, 250. Am I watching? Yeah, I'm watching the bank account. Okay. Okay, yep, received. Okay. All right, got it. Yep, I gotta get back on the stream, but I'll talk to you after the stream, okay? All right, see you, Elon. Thank you. All right, bye. All right, sorry guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. It does look like Grok Build is done building. I was sorry, I was just on the other line. My ex-wife, she keeps spam calling me. She wants to get back together. I don't know what to do, guys. It's, just it's tough. It's tough out here in these streets, but we're gonna power through. But yeah, check this out. So like one thing that I do like about Grok Build is the interface. So the reason I wanted to test this out for you guys is so that you could actually see, like, it does have a pretty unique interface. So if you look at this, oh, whoa, somebody said that apparently Quen 3.7 is out in Arena. Oh, we'll definitely want to check that out. But yeah, so look at this. So this is the plan mode, right? And it kind of pops up like this modal, right? And you can even like click into this. Like, you guys see how it's in this modal? And you can kind of go down here. And then in order to approve the plan, you can literally just like click a button here. And this is a unique UI. This is not like a UI that's similar to Claude Code or Codex. It's actually like quite different, right? So we can approve this. But that one there, I guess it's been, I mean, I did wait a little bit, but I I mean, we'll see what it does. It's just creating a blog. But yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. Okay, yeah, people are saying that the Qwen 3.7 family is about to release. Okay, Future AGI said also on their website. Future AGI, would you drop a link to it? Okay, here's the blog. So it's Grok Build. So it's dropping in this blog. Let's actually get all the dev servers started up. Yeah. Yeah, no, the underlying model is not very good. Grok 4.3 is not great. All right, let's get this started and let's just CD into BridgeMind UI. All right, let's test this out. Also, let's see here. This one's still working. So if we go to blog, so I think it's company, no, it's community blog. So yeah, it's not out yet. Okay. Oh, wait, hold up. No, it's not, right? Okay, so if we go to blog here. So here it is, Grok Build, the TUI that supercharges vibe coding. And then this is what it created, right? So, oh, that's actually sick. I just wrote the plan for this very blog post inside a Grok Build using plan mode and 3 parallel explore agents. What? That's actually sick. Okay, no code was touched until the user approved the approach. That's the difference between casual prompting and production grade vibe coding. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. So, I mean, when you give Grok, like, it didn't have to do any creativity here, and it did create this blog post. And like, even for example, hold on, I do want to do a Control F here, so let's take it over to a different. Hold on, let's just go over here real quick. Oh, it looks like Hung's in the chat. What's up, Hung? How's it going? Hung said, good morning, King. Thoughts on Grok CLI? I thought it was not great, but the direction is promising. Will be the 4th big lab to complete in harness with OpenAI, Anthropics, and Anomaly for sure in a few months. Yeah, so I actually have just been testing. I did the video on it this morning, and then I'm also kind of like testing it right now. So like for this right here, you can see that, hey, Grok Build, it did just create this blog, and it was able to do everything that it needed to do to be able to find like, hey, how is this structured? How is the, like, and then it was able to do this. And then it actually took a really unique approach here. Right now, you're reading the output of the exact workflow the post describes. That's actually cool. And then it did have all the, I mean, it did a good job on this blog, to be honest with you guys. The writing skills aren't too bad. So, I mean, no complaints here, honestly, on what it just did. It's just that when you create stuff like from scratch, like if you guys saw... if you guys saw the video that I put out, what would I use BridgeMind for? So if you look at BridgeMind, so BridgeMind is a vibe coding ecosystem. So I've been a vibe coder for over 3.5 years now. And what you're looking at here is like, this is just genuinely like my workspace. So for example, hold on, core evidence, instrumentation. Okay, let's do this. So what you're looking at here is this is my workspace. Okay. So my workspace, you can see all of my workspaces over here on the left. I have all my dev servers that I'm going to be working with here. I have the actual workspace BridgeMind. I have Vibecademy opened up with all my Claude agents. And then over here on the right panel, I have a browser tool, I have an editor, I have Bridge, and then I have skills all here. And then if you click over here, you have access to what I call Bridgeboard, which is this connects with the BridgeMind MCP. And if I zoom out here, it'll give you a little bit better of a better look of how this works. But if you look at this, you basically are working with like tasks, so you can move them. And these actually work with the agents though. So if you use the BridgeMind MCP, you actually can work with these with the agent, which is very nice. But if you go over here, there's also a memory system. So if we go here, we can go here, and then let's just look at the graph. So this is the memory system, and it does use MCP. So it uses MCP, and if you look over here, there's actually a BridgeMind MCP here, and then this bridge memory skill. If you drop this in your coding agent, it's going to intuitively be able to use bridge memory, which is very nice. Hey, look who it is in the chat. Super Combo, what's up, man? How's it going? I removed the M dashes from the blog. Yeah, let's get them. Let's get them out of there. I need you to remove all the M dashes from the blog. That's funny. Isn't this too text heavy? What, the one that Grok made? I mean, the thing about blogs is in a large sense, like you are doing it for SEO purposes. So like, I'm not super worried about like it being too text heavy, but I mean, like, let's look at the other blogs that were created. I'm not super worried about it. Your workspace is a bridge shot X from collecting all the infinity stones for vibe coding. Let's go. Thank you, man. All right, let's go over here. But then also with BridgeMind, you do have access to a voice-to-text tool called BridgeVoice. That's what I use for voice-to-text. Okay, let's go over to that blog and just check that out again. So if we go over here. I mean, so this is the one that Grok created, right? I mean, I don't think it's too text heavy. I mean, it's a blog, right? So, I mean, it looks fine to me, honestly. Because if we look, what I'm more interested in is, hey, what did the other blogs create? So this one here, for example, I feel like this is just the formatting that the blogs kind of have, you know? Yeah. So, I mean, I think that Grok 4.3 in this instance, it actually did a pretty good job in creating that blog. But if you do use Grok and you create like new stuff, it really, really struggles, to be honest with you guys. Like I was doing a couple things with it and it was really struggling. Great work. I now need you to launch 3 deep dive agents and code review agents that will review all of the changes that it made and make sure that this is polished up and no functionality was broken while building this out. And then I'm literally just going to copy that and paste that same prompt. With BridgeVoice, it's nice because I can just, with Control V, it's all copied. So I'm just copying and pasting the same exact prompt to all 3. That's kind of the approach that I take. Best IDE for Gemini Pro Sub. We'll actually probably be testing that out. The biggest problem with Gemini models or Google models is that they are not good at tool calling. So one thing that, hey, when we do get Gemini 3.5 and Gemini 3.2 tomorrow, what we want to see is we want to see an improvement in tool calling. Gemini CLI is practically like not even usable at this point. Finesco, what's up? How's it going? So that's like the biggest thing that I see for sure is that like, hey, if you don't like have a working CLI, you're behind. Like in Google, I guess they don't care. Is your MCP cloud hosted or do you run them locally? The Bridge Memory MCP is run locally. The BridgeMind MCP is run in the cloud. All right, so this is working well. This one is working well as well. This looks fine. Hung, I use the Grok command to run it. I use Grok, not agent. I know what you're saying though. I didn't know that. But like one thing that, hey, Gemini 3.5 and Gemini 3.2 are going to release tomorrow. And I think that one thing that you guys need to know is that like, hey, I think that this is a very good benchmark to look at. So let's just zoom out a little bit here. Can you guys see? Hold on, I'll zoom in and I'll just kind of hide my face for a second so you guys can see this. So look at this. So this is a benchmark that is artificial analysis coding agent index. So this not only tests like, hey, how good is the model, but how good is the harness around the model? And one thing that you guys want to look at is, look at this image. What do you guys notice? I'll draw your attention to it. You guys still not see it? What do you guys notice here? What do you guys notice? Boom, Gemini CLI last, right? And you're literally comparing this with Cursor CLI Composer 2, right? So you have a frontier model. Remember, Composer 2 is just Kimi K 2.5. So Gemini 3.1 is worse than Kimi K 2.5 basically, because Composer 2 is like a fine-tuned Kimi K 2.5. But the fact that you have Google, which has the worst harness and one of the worst models, I'll say this. This is the harness. It's not the model. It's Gemini CLI. So that, and the reason that Gemini is so bad is because that CLI is so bad, right? It's like, you know, I think that like that's one thing to definitely note is that, hey, if they don't fix this tomorrow, that's going to be a big issue. They have to get this fixed. I actually want to make a post about this. What is the breach protocol tab? It was a, did I close that already? It was a test of Grok Build. We tested it with like a full first-person shooter game. It actually did a decent job. It did a little bit better. If you guys watched my video, I kind of felt bad. Hold on, I just want to show this to you guys because I thought it was funny. Look at this. Wait, hold on. It was a test of... Wait, okay, so check this out, guys. So I made a video this morning on Grok Build, and I think it's like, I just want to show this to you guys. Hold up. So check this out. So there was a part in this video where, for example, I was, it was a website that it was testing. Oh yeah, it was right here. Watch this. Hold up. But it did not do a good job. This is worse than Kimi K2.6. So the agent that was creating the product image, the infographic image. Look at what it did. I'm laughing, but I don't mean to laugh. It's so bad. Not a good. It was really bad. Now we do know that. I was really laughing. I felt bad because I was laughing. Okay. Sorry, I'm laughing. Obviously, people have put a lot of work into it, but I was like kind of laughing because of how bad it is. Grok Build is like just not. It's not great, is all I'll say. And then when you factor in other things like the usage, it's just like, man, what in the world? Just curious, is this VS Code? No, this is actually my product. This is BridgeSpace. Kerr, what's up? How's it going? Good to see you. Kerr said, hold on, I saw a chat from Kerr here. What did Kerr say? I missed it. I appreciate that, Kerr. I think he said, looks like you're getting better. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, when you get sick, you forget what it feels like to be healthy. No Grok credits for you. I believe Google is low-key hiding their true capacity capabilities. I mean, I don't know why they would do that. Grok is not very strict on bad intention prompts. That's interesting. What's your point? Just that, somebody asked, what's my music playlist? Here it is. How can I copy your setup? Do you have a repo? This is BridgeSpace. This is my product, so you'd have to buy the product. It's BridgeSpace. You can get it with like a BridgeMind starter subscription or basic subscription. Did you build your BridgeMind product vibe coding? I love the BridgeVoice and the ADE. Yeah, this is all vibe coded. I didn't write a single line of code. And you know what's interesting, especially with BridgeMind getting bigger and being a little bit more successful, I'm literally seeing people that are doing the vibe coding until 1 million. They're streaming. And then it's I've literally seen people rip BridgeSpace completely, and it's fine. Like, that's obviously gonna happen. If you have success with anything, you're gonna have a ton of people copying you. It's kind of interesting because like I watch some of the people that are copying me. Like one of the guys, he basically built like a View Creator clone, which View Creator, just so you guys know, don't build clipping agents. Maybe you guys can do a better job than I did, but View Creator does not generate like a bunch of revenue for BridgeMind. I don't think that there's a huge market for clipping, just so you guys know. So if you guys see people that are building clipping agents, you know, let them know, hey, there's actually not a very good market for this. That's just been my experience. But, you know, one thing that I do want to say is that like I'm seeing so many people like kind of like hop in on the trend, which is fine. It's just kind of like, it cracks me up because it does show you how I saw somebody that it was a complete rip, right, of like BridgeSpace, right? And it does kind of show you that, hey, people are, it's so easy to build that like, hey, if I want to go copy Cursor, right, I can like copy Cursor. I can go build like kind of like a Cursor clone. Anybody can build a clone of anything, but you then kind of have to think about like, hey, how are you marketing it? How are you positioning it? How, like, what is the, like, are you just doing it to make like a quick buck? Are you trying to do like a long-term project? Like, what are you trying to do with it? And, you know, it's just interesting to like watch as people try to like kind of replicate BridgeMind. And it's like, first of all, I don't think that just doing like a one-for-one clone is going to be very successful, because in a large sense, like, hey, the reason that BridgeSpace is doing well is because it's a product that I'm building, right? Like, you know, there's other ADEs out there, and you can go and you can build a BridgeSpace clone, and you can stream, and you can do vibe coding an app until you reach $1 million and replicate everything that I'm doing exactly. But you're probably not gonna, first of all, you're living somebody else's vision, and you're probably not gonna achieve the same level of success. So it's easier than ever before to build, but hey, it's not easier than ever before to market. It's just interesting to see like how many people are actually doing that. I'm seeing so many people do it, and it kind of like, you know, I was hanging out with my girlfriend, and we were, she like, obviously I work a lot, so she's very supportive, and we were hanging out, and we saw one of the streams, and I just looked at her, and she like laughed because she just knows, she just sees it too, right? And she'll like talk about like some of these other streamers and stuff that are copying me and stuff, and she's like, I forget what she says, but she's very supportive about it. But my point with that is that like it is like I'm like, these people are copying exactly what I'm doing. Like it's kind of crazy to see it. I'm like, geez, this is nuts. Did you build a strong harness to keep the systems effective, or are you relying on the foundation model companies? Yeah, so like the thing is, and like you guys can let me know what you think about this, but like even with like Grok Build, I think that Grok Build is a really good example of this. If you look at Grok Build, it's like Grok Build, like Grok just made like their own coding harness. I think that coding harnesses are like a little bit of a commodity at this point. One harness that I've seen recently is have you guys heard of the Pi? Does anybody use the Pi coding agent? I'll probably do a review video on it here soon. Somebody in the chat said ChatGPT is my girlfriend. Okay, so like if you look at this, like I just feel like coding agents to some extent are a bit of a commodity, and you kind of have to ask yourself the question more so of like, okay, like what model is being subsidized? And I think it's better to build a product that integrates well with the tools that people already love, rather than go build like a competing product that tries to like rebuild Claude Code, right? Because the thing about Claude Code is that I'm getting subsidized to use Claude Opus 4.7, which is an incredible model. So like the reason that people like Claude Code is not because like, yes, it's because of the harness, but it's also mainly because, first of all, it's Anthropic. Second of all, you're getting subsidized for Claude Opus 4.7. So like those are things that you need to understand about like, hey, if you just go like, if you go build your own clone, right? Like, yes, like you could potentially find some success, but at the same time, like touchscreen scroll doesn't work. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see if we can solve this one. So bridge memory versus Obsidian. Bridge memory is very similar to Obsidian. It's just built inside of BridgeSpace. So if you use BridgeSpace already, it's a phenomenal way to be able to use a memory system for your agents. Whoa, why is this using API usage billing? Hold up, guys. Do you guys see how this is using API usage billing? Is this one using API? I hope it's not. All right, let's go check this out. Why is it using API usage billing? I don't like that. Oh, shoot. Hold up. I'm going to have to plug that in real quick. What are you doing, and why are there so many windows of AI? This is how you vibe code now. All right, let's drop this in. Hold up here. All right, so this is on Lenovo desktop. I'm quite used to finger scrolling up and down with browsers, Claude desktop, etc. When I do so inside of BridgeMind, it seems to think the entire app is the only thing that scrolls and tries to unsuccessfully scroll the entire app up or down, which looks visually like it's lifting the app up. This is incredibly useful in my workflow. Please resolve. Okay, so let's see if we can get this resolved. So apparently touchscreen doesn't work, so let's just launch this. I need you to launch 3 deep dive agents and review this bug report from this user and identify how we could update the code to properly embrace touchscreens without breaking existing functionality, review the user's bug report, search the internet in complete depth, and identify the best way to do this inside of BridgeSpace. All right. What's the dev size in BridgeMind, or is it just me? Yeah, it's just me. It's just me, yeah. All right, let's do an ultra think on this as well. But also, guys, one thing I do want to say is if you guys are familiar with Bridgebench, the benchmark that I created, so this benchmark was retweeted by Elon Musk like 4 times. It's generated like 100 million views on X. It's a very popular benchmark. I would like to turn this into a community project. You know, I've been sick for a week. And, you know, when you do have to take that break, when you're forced to take a little bit of a break, it does get you thinking. And one thing that I want to do is I do want to have a community project for the BridgeMind community. And I think what better project to have than an open sourced benchmark for vibe coding. And there's so much with Bridgebench that I think that if we got together as a community and we really like brainstormed, I think it would really bring the community together even more so than it already is. And I also think that it would be a phenomenal way for us to be able to like work together as a community. So if you guys are interested in that, let me know in the chat, as well as make sure you join the Discord. But today we are going to have just like a brainstorm event. We're going to see, hey, how many people would be interested in working on an open source project. I think that this would be a phenomenal like thing to have on your resume, so to speak, or in your GitHub, because I mean, yeah, like this thing's probably going to get posted and generate like hundreds of millions of more views over the next like year or so. It's just that like right now there's a lot with it that I don't really love and that I would like to improve. But let me know if you guys would be interested in that. Capillis said, yes, I'm interested. Okay, awesome. Okay, a lot of people are saying that they're interested. Cool. Okay. All right, cool. A lot of people say they're interested. Yeah, because I think that we just need a brainstorm. Like, hey, when it comes down to building like a really good vibe coding benchmark for these models, what actually is the best approach, right? Because I think there's a ton of different approaches that you could take. Okay, let's go over here, and it looks like for some reason in BridgeSpace, okay, get support. What was this with though? I don't feel like we have that issue though. We'll take a look at this off stream, probably that one. I don't feel like we have that issue though, because I think that's all of our bugs there. All right. Thank you, Billy. I appreciate that. Okay. All right, this one, this looks fine. Okay. Okay, is this ready to be shipped? Okay, is this ready to be shipped? Okay, so something that like I am thinking about. Let me actually pull up a like Excel-draw thing, because I do want to kind of like brainstorm this out a little bit with you guys. I think it's like Excel-draw, right? All right, so for Bridgebench, check this out. So this is kind of what I'm thinking, guys. So this was leftover from a. Hold on, how do I just clear all this? That was leftover from a Vibecademy stream. Okay, so with Bridgebench, this is my idea. So we are going to turn this into an open source project. So let's just do like one thing real quick. I'll just type this. So Bridgebench, all right, we'll do Bridgebench right here. Hold on, let's change this to white. All right, so Bridgebench. So right now, what Bridgebench is you have like different, hold on, let's just draw this out. So let's do an arrow here. So you basically have like Bridgebench, and this is a task-driven benchmark, okay? So if you go over to bridgebench.ai, you'll see this benchmark. This is the benchmark that we're going to turn into an open source project for the BridgeMind community. I think that it's going to be a phenomenal like thing to have in your resume if you do work on Bridgebench and commit to it. This is actually going to be a very good thing to work on and say that you worked on it and were a part of it, because what we're going to do is like, it does have like a ton of visibility. But the thing is, I think that we need to come together as a community, because I can't do this alone, especially with how many projects I'm working on now. Bridgebench probably isn't going to really like it's not like a revenue driver for BridgeMind, right? So just to have this and then to have it be open source, it's like, I think that when you look at this, like, for example, let's take the security benchmark, for example. So this is 30 expert level security tasks across 6 domains with 500 plus test cases, including adversarial hidden edge cases, right? So if you look at this, GPT 5.5, it scores an 85 Shout out to Jay Gavin. Thank you so much. You just donated $50 and said, get it, well done. Thank you for sharing your journey with us. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. So if you look at this, like, this is all the tasks, right? And this is how it performed. You can see, okay, like, for example, on this crypto utils task, it failed on this task. It got 0 of them correct. On this auth in session, it only got 33% of them correct. Or I guess that's 33 tasks. This is a very big benchmark. You should make it an affiliate driver using affiliate codes for different models and harness that are listeners. Potentially, yeah. I mean, I have gotten reached out to by the model companies, and for example, I do know some of the models that are releasing soon because they reach out and they basically say, hey, would you be willing to benchmark our model early in Bridgebench? And so I do know that, like, hey, this is getting visibility from like Frontier Labs, not like Anthropic or OpenAI, but some of the Chinese, I won't name it, but just like a Chinese model company, right? But you look at that and it's like, okay, like right now it's a task-driven benchmark. How could we improve that, right? Like, how could we, I don't know. I think there's a lot of ideas there. All right, looks like this is ready to go. Hold on, I do want to just put this up real quick. All right, also, we're going to have to get the energy going again in a second here. We're going to have to drop a 50 bomb chat. Okay. All right, hold up. I do need to get this tested. We don't want to test this before we get anything deployed, so let's go over here. Okay. Give me 1 second here. All right, done. All right, let's go into BridgeMind API. npm run start dev. Perfect. All right, any thoughts on using open models for some of your grunt work? Yeah, so open source models are not great. I do plan on doing a video here very soon on this. If you guys look behind me, I can show you what it looks like to use it, but on the DGX Sparks, right? Like, these are kind of like, people really like the DGX Spark. It's one of the best machines to have. You know, you'd probably be a little bit better off with like a 512 gigabyte Mac Studio, because the DGX Sparks, they only have 128 gigabytes of unified memory. Whereas, you know, if you get a really good Mac Studio, you know, you're gonna be running crazy amounts of crazy models on it, because it can run, you know, 512 gigabytes of unified memory on a machine is insane. But let's run this real quick and just test it. What's your opinion on Claude Agents View? I haven't tried it. Claude Agents. Oh, is that how you run it? You literally just run Claude Agents? Hold on, I do want to test this. So somebody is saying to run Claude Agents. Is that true? If I just run Claude Agents? Oh, whoa. Okay. All right. Whoa, did you guys see this? Okay, so I haven't tested this yet. Okay, shout out to this guy on the chat. Bomb. So this is the first time that I'm actually testing this out. So for example, I'll do it with a real task. Let's just do BridgeSpace Tari. I need you to launch 5 subagents and do a complete review of BridgeSpace Tari and how it saves the workspaces so that users are able to see what was being worked on in a terminal when they close BridgeSpace and then reopen it. Would you do a complete review of how this functionality works and output a brief summary to me, but gain a complete understanding of how this works? What LLM do I use in the Spark? So I'm gonna do a video on this, but like the biggest issue that I have with this is that like it's not great. Like local models, I made a post on this yesterday, but like, nah, I don't think that Claude Agents is gonna eat BridgeMind market. I'm not too worried about it, because you can use it inside of BridgeSpace, right? Like, you know, BridgeMind is not competing with Anthropic or Claude. All right, excuse me. All right, so we'll see how this works. So it says working, and then I was able to click into it. Hold on, can I escape this? Oh man, I interrupted it. Continue. Dang it. That's not good. Wait, how do I get out of this though? For a beginner who uses Claude Code, what should I learn first? I think that the best way to learn is just like simple prompting, right? Like, to do that, I think that you have to like work on an actual project. So just like start working with a project, start doing a couple things. What happened here? So I clicked into it. Oh, I have to go back. Okay, so that's how you go back. Okay, so you can go do this. Oh wow. Okay. Oh wow. So do you guys see that? Your ARR is coming. Is that coming from apps you have created and sold? Yeah, so I'll show you what it looks like. So let's even take a look at, and the ARR is going to take a little bit of a hit this week. If you guys remember when we launched BridgeSpace 3, that was about a month ago, but look at this. So this is the new Claude agents. So look at this, for example. So this is today so far. Yesterday I made $795. Today so far only 70. So not a great day so far today, but let's go over to BridgeMind main and look at this. So we have, and look at this, the MRR is dropping. So this is churn, and churn is normal. It happens, but it's frustrating because like, hey, I got sick, and if I was not sick, we would have gotten to 200K ARR, and we would have been able to keep pushing this. And we already knew that, like, if you look at the, if you guys see this here, do you see how we had a huge upswing? This is gonna start churning. So if we go, like, let's look at the last 3 months, right? If we look at the last 3 months, what you guys are gonna see here is that, look at this. So this is what we're seeing right now at BridgeMind. So you have a big uptick here. This was the launch of BridgeSpace. What was it? BridgeSpace 2, right? So this was the launch of BridgeSpace 2, and then this was the launch of BridgeSpace 3, and this was a month ago, okay? And what this means is that this week, people that subscribed a month ago that don't want to keep their subscription are probably going to be unsubscribing this week. So we could potentially see a pretty big MRR hit. It would suck to see it, but that's the thing, is like, that's just how this works, right? Do you know about the goal command? Yeah, I do know about the goal command, yes. So it looks like this one's now completed. So it literally just says completed. Let's do this. Let's do BridgeMind API. We have a ton of local changes that we have not pushed to GitHub yet. I need you to launch 10 agents into a complete review of all uncommitted changes and to ensure that all implemented changes have no breaking changes or unsecure changes before we ship to production. All right, so we'll launch 10 sub-agents here. Let's do a BridgeMind UI. I need you to run a Lighthouse CLI performance test and create a structured plan on improving performance based on the test. Launch 5 sub-agents and do a complete review of this. So you guys can see that this is Claude agents. I don't know if I like this more or less. So you can see that this one's completed. So what I can do is I can basically click into this one, and then I can go over this one, and it says working completed. So I can go over here, I can go to this one, I can go back, I can do this one, I can go back. This is kind of a new interface. When do you think it's worth buying the Spark? So for me, it's worth it because, hey, like, I'm testing out local models, and I also get to test them out and show people local models. But I made a post about this on X where it's like, you're just not realistically, like, if you have a $200 budget, you're not realistically going to be using a local model for like serious tasks. I even asked people, like, we can go to this X post and I'll show it to you guys so that you can see what people said. But look, let's go over to X real quick. Check this out. So we go over to X and we go to this post that I made yesterday. This was a post that was essentially about you know, my DGX Sparks, right? And the question I asked people is, why would anyone serious about Vibecademy and AI agents use a local model when Frontier is so far ahead? And most people, basically, they refer to 2 things. Let me find it. It's pretty easy to find it. Privacy. So privacy and then freedom is what people basically say, is that, hey, it's private. So you have complete privacy when you're using local models, and then you also have freedom where, hey, if the subsidies went away, you would still have AI, right? And you would still be able to use AI. But the thing is that, like, and I guess I'm not seeing, like, there was like a couple comments that I saw. Yeah, I don't see. Privacy is one, and then freedom is one. I'm just trying to find. I guess I can't find it. But there were a lot of people that were saying privacy and then freedom to use local models, right? And that's why people are using local models. It's not because, like, local models is like, oh, local models are so great. Like, if you have a ChatGPT Pro subscription and you just interface, like, I have my Hermes agents and they're all running on GPT 5.5 via my ChatGPT subscription, I'm not realistically going to say, oh, let me go let me go use a local open source model because it's going to be so much better than GPT 5.5. No, like you're going to get a way worse result. Yeah, you're not going to be using GPT 5.5, but like really, you're going to use, you know, a Qwen 3.35B or Qwen 3.635B, right? Like this doesn't make any sense. So this is the input here. Production build, that's fine. What am I trying to make right now? I'm just kind of punching out bugs and stuff in BridgeSpace. But I mean, this is an interesting UI. I'm not a huge fan of it, to be honest. But that's interesting. I mean, you guys can see that it's working. And then you have this one here. I'm not a big fan of this restoration process. One of the biggest reasons is that when users kill BridgeSpace, it should kill all of the agent sessions going on inside of BridgeSpace so that it basically gives the resume ID. Right now, it doesn't do that. Would you review how Warp does this and compare and contrast against our implementation? Launch 10 subagents to completely review Warp and to learn how Warp does this and compare and contrast this against ours, and then point the key difference of why when I use Warp, it gives me the ID to resume where ours does not. All right, let's submit this. All right, that's very interesting. So then you can just kind of go back here. So this one here, this is the security review. Okay, great work. I now need you to launch 15 subagents that will all work together to be able to knock out each of these issues and make sure that this is properly configured and ready to ship. Create a structured plan first. Okay, we're gonna put this on plan mode. All right, plan mode. All right, let's knock out that 50 bomb, chat. We've got like 40 agents running. Let's drop a 50 bomb. Let's go. We need the energy. Let's go, chat. Let's go. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think that like the Claude Code rate limits are so much better now. I think that XAI gave them all their compute, and now the rate limits with XAI are terrible. All right, let's go over here. All right, so this is actually a really interesting one. Okay, this one, what needs to be done here? Okay. Launch 3 code base analyst review agents that will review what was updated and ensure that no breaking changes were implemented. Do a complete review and report back to me. Okay. All right, do you use free copyright music? No, I just use copyright music. I don't monetize the streams, so. Curious how many tokens are used with 15 subagents going on. Looks insanely expensive. No, because you just use it with your plan, so it ends up not being expensive. All right. Omega said how to learn all these fundamentals, API, Tari, DB, etc., folder structure. You can use AI to help teach you. Hold hold on. I do need to plug this camera in. Give me 1 second here. Let's move the desk up. Let's get the energy going. Let's go chat. All right, let's go. What are you thinking about Grok? Grok it's not great. Grok really, it's the model. So like that's the thing about Grok Build is that, hey, it's a model issue. All right, this looks fine. Yeah, I mean, everything's functioning fine. How far are you with Vibecademy? It's literally done. It was not, I mean, at this level, like, hey, building out Vibecademy, right? Like, this was not very hard. It's like I said, it's so easy to build now with AI that it really is not the building. I mean, if you're a good vibe coder, you can, I mean, how long did it take for us to even build this? Not very long, right? Like here, let me sign in real quick and I'll show you guys pretty much what the actual dashboard looks like. I think that you guys will find this pretty interesting. But like the biggest thing for me is the marketing. Like marketing and like for me, it's creating content, right? Like, hey, if you want to be successful, right? And so here's the Vibecademy dashboard. Let's zoom in a little bit. So like this is what the Vibecademy dashboard looks like, and this is what we built. We built it in like a couple days because it's just not that hard. So look at this. This is the BridgeMind beginners course. Hold on, let me zoom out a little bit too close up now. But it's just not hard to build this stuff anymore. Like I remember on like, if you've been around vibe coding for a while now, you know that the models, when is this launched? So it's gonna launch tomorrow. We're gonna launch with the cybersecurity course, and we're gonna continue to add more and more value. It's gonna launch tomorrow at a heavy discount because we don't have a ton of like courses on it yet. But the thing is remember, we're trying to compete with Codecademy, where Codecademy, like this is like one of the biggest market opportunities, I think, for BridgeMind, where, for example, I think that, you know, with this, we could potentially build like, this could add like significant ARR over, if you look at a 3-month period. I think that this will be a massive revenue driver because what we're competing with is Codecademy. If you look at Codecademy, this is how I learned to code. I have hundreds of certifications on Codecademy. I learned how to code the traditional way. I learned with these textbooks that you see right over here. I read all those textbooks. I used Codecademy and I was able to learn. But like, if you look at the catalog here, they're still teaching the old way of development. They're like, oh, we're gonna teach you. I mean, this is a massive issue. Like, look at this. They only have a singular vibe coding course, and it's not actually a vibe coding course. It's like a intro to vibe coding, because I used to do Codecademy, right? And these courses are basically, it tells you like what vibe coding is, right? So it's like you will begin by exploring the basics of vibe coding, right? And I think that Codecademy, like, they're just off a little bit, and it's obviously a strategic decision from them where they're like, oh, we don't want to do that, right? Because we have hundreds of courses on how to actually code. We're not going to pursue this. And it's just crazy to me that they're doing that because everybody's coding with Claude Code now. Everybody's coding with Codex. Who is coding manually anymore? I don't know. And that can be like a bad thing for some people, and some people don't like that. But like, hey, the reality of it is that this is the new way to learn. So pretty much you guys can see, excuse me. So this is what we did. If we do continue learning here, we'll just pick up the course. Hold up. I actually don't think that this course is even seated yet. Hold on. Are any of these seated? I don't know if any of these are seated. Hold on. Let's see if this one's seated. So let's do start learning. So you enroll. Okay, we're gonna have to actually look at this. You guys see how this isn't working? Yeah, Codecademy. I mean, I literally have videos on my channel of me working on Codecademy back when I first started learning coding. But yeah, hold on. Let's actually go over here and let's do Academy. I need you to review the seeder for the courses and make sure that when we can update the seeder. So for example, if we update some of the content in the courses that we're seeding, it will actually update the real course content in the database, review how we could potentially do this and create a structured plan, and then help me update some of the courses. Also note that we need to build in the functionality. We need an enum that says coming soon on a course versus like live or something. You can decide what the enum values are, but you get my point. We need a coming soon or a live mechanism on our courses so that we can basically push courses as published, and we can also have courses that say coming soon that users can view but cannot access or enroll in yet. Review how we could potentially do this and create a structured plan. Okay, yeah, I don't know what this is doing. Okay, let's do this. All right, I just want to throw that in plan mode real quick. Yeah, so for example, like on Vibecademy, I think that one thing that I want to do too is that we're going to make it so that we have like a complete walkthrough on how to build an app. And the thing is that it's not hard to build an app, right? And I think that a lot of people, like for somebody that's just starting, like if I just started, it would be very difficult to just start and not know where I was headed. Like if you just give somebody Claude Code, if you give somebody Cursor, if you give somebody Codex, they don't know full stack development, right? But if you kind of show them like, hey, no, you don't need to be writing the code. You just need to understand like the file structures. You need to understand the best practices. You need to understand like the overarching principles. You don't need to, like knowing Python syntax or knowing like TypeScript is not going to necessarily help you in today's world of being able to build a product that's actually going to make you money. I think that's what a lot of people like don't understand is it's like, yeah, like you don't need to code anymore. You just need to understand how to code, and you need to understand how to build things, right? You don't need to write line by line. It's just not needed. I need you to launch 2 deep dive agents to review the functionality associated with enrolling in a course. Also make it possible for users to be able to retake a course. And when they retake, it sets their progress for that course back to 0. Also note that for some reason, when I click this button here, instead of it redirecting me to take that course in that course's page and walk through and actually take the course, it's just giving me this weird modal. Review the image 1, image 2 for reference. All right, I'm doing a couple things here. If you guys haven't already joined the BridgeMind Discord, here's the link I'm gonna drop in the chat. We do have an event today. Just something that when I was sick that I want to do is like, I think that having a community project is very, very important. And I think that with the size of the BridgeMind community, it is the largest vibe coding community on the internet. Like I look at other people's like Discord communities, and I look at like other people's communities that are in the space, and it is pretty telling to know that like, okay, there's 10,000 people in the BridgeMind Discord community. Like, do you know what other people's Discords have in them? Like, there's no Discord community that is that size, that is like, essentially built around like, let's take like a Riley Brown, for example. Like the Riley Brown Discord server, no shade on Riley Brown. I actually have a lot of respect for that guy. But he doesn't have as big of a community as BridgeMind when it comes to like actual engaged people. Like, yeah, he has a YouTube channel, but he doesn't have, like, he's not bringing people together necessarily. No shade. I'm just saying that, like, the community that we have in BridgeMind is a very, very strong one. And I think that we should use that community for good. We should use it to build out an incredible benchmark. So we have BridgeBench v2, but I would like to open source BridgeBench and actually turn this into a open sourced vibe coding benchmark. And I think that we would be able to do this incredibly well. So our first event is today. If you guys have any ideas or would like to participate in this, make sure you join the Discord and make sure you get involved if you're interested, because I think that could be a really, really good way for a lot of people to gain some experience. And for a lot of people to, have something on their GitHub and their resumes where they're able to say, oh yeah, I was, part of, I actually contributed to the BridgeBench project that benchmarked vibe coding models. I think that's going to help people. And at the end of the day, like that makes me happy. If I'm able to help people, that does make me happy. So let's go over here. Hold on, was it in a, yeah. So when I click continue learning, do you guys see how it just says like, so I clicked continue learning here and it just kind of gave me this enroll to access lesson. So even though it's saying that I'm enrolled, do you guys see how it says enrolled here, but it's saying enroll to access lesson? So that's not good. We don't like that. It must be a bug. So I'm gonna drop this. And I'm just throwing ultra think on this. Let's submit this. That's fine. For the help me update courses, what do you want to update now? Okay, fine. All right, and let's now go over here. We are getting ready to ship out Vibecademy tomorrow. Would you review this in complete depth and identify any issues that you see? Make sure that our robots.txt file is polished up. We should not be indexing this website since this is a subdomain. Do a complete review with 5 deep dive agents and create a structured plan of what needs to change before we launch tomorrow. Do you launch tomorrow in live stream? Yeah, we'll launch tomorrow on live stream. I think that will perform very well. Really, my plan is hey, we have to get another revenue driver with Vibecademy. I think that Vibecademy is going to perform incredibly well. And I think that, you know, we start with just 1 or 2 courses and then we just expand on it. I think that it's going to help a lot of people. What is the screenshot tool? You're effing flowing. Yeah, it's CleanShot-X. Wisio, let's go. Also, big shout out to Mute the Yab. I appreciate you so much, dude. You have no idea. Okay, It's Toxic said, have you seen the Pi dev harness and what is your thoughts? Okay, so that's actually one thing I wanted to look at. I mentioned it earlier, but I have not used it yet. Hold on, let's do Pi dev. Hold on, I just want to make sure this is good. Okay, so if you guys haven't seen this, so this is the Pi coding agent, okay? I haven't tested this out yet. I'm probably going to do a review video on it, but this is the Pi coding agent. If you guys haven't seen this, I've been hearing about this more and more. From my perspective, I get a ton of visibility into the vibe coding space. So when something starts to gain traction, I hear about it a lot more. Let's see how many stars it has on GitHub. So it's got, hold on here. It's got 51,000 stars. Whoa. So this is 5 months old, it looks like. Is there anything different about this? Do you guys want me to test this? Is it kind of like a open code, I'm assuming? Docs. Pi is a minimal terminal coding harness. It is designed to stay small at the core while being extended through TypeScript extensions, skills, prompt templates, packages, themes, and Pi packages. Interesting. Let me know if you guys want me to test that out. It looks really interesting. Okay, let's get these working here. Let's kick off another few. Okay, hold on. Vibecademy is launching tomorrow, and we are getting ready to launch it. I need you to now help me remove the waitlist and actually get this set up in the sign up flow set up, change all of the call to action buttons from join waitlist to get started. All right. All right, hold on. I do need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right, I'm back. All right. Okay, these are all working, so this looks good. Okay, somebody over on Twitch did just ask, Ekin, here's my music playlist. Anybody that's curious about the music playlist? Here, I'll just send you guys the one that I'm playing right now. Hold up. Work music for maximum productivity. That's what we like. How to sign up for Bridgebench. That would be fire for the GitHub profile. Yeah, so Omega TV, shout out to you. So I'm totally with you. So with Bridgebench, I think that for anybody that's interested in working on the Bridgebench team, let me explain a little bit, first of all, like why I think that we should open source this and actually turn it into a community project. So first of all, the BridgeMind community in the Discord, like people that are actively engaged and involved in this community, there's over 10,000 people in this community, which makes it by far the largest vibe coding community on the internet, okay? I've looked at other communities. They're much smaller. They're not as active. They're not as engaged. And I think that it's because, like, hey, we're all builders. We're all showing up every day. We're all being consistent, and we're all building the future together. And I think that what we can do is that, like, hey, if you would be interested in working, like, in a team with the community to create a vibe coding benchmark, I think that that is going to be far more, like, reputable, and it's going to be way more, like, useful to people if it was an open source project versus just, like, let's say that I'm working on it, I'm benchmarking the models. I would rather just open source it and have it be a community project that tons of people are working on. People are getting experience, people are working together, people are making connections. People have it now on their GitHub of, oh, I contributed to Bridgebench, which has been retweeted by Elon Musk 4 times and has generated hundreds of millions of views on X. If you guys remember when Claude Opus 4.6, when they deprecated it, Bridgebench was able to pinpoint that because we re-benchmarked it, and it did turn out that they were nerfing the model. So if you guys remember that, basically, hold on. I want to run against, okay. Like, basically what I did is I re-benchmarked it, and it performed way worse on the second run, which meant that they were, like, literally nerfing it. And it was because Opus 4.7 was about to come out. So whenever a new model comes out or is about to come out, they kind of, like, nerf the existing frontier model. And that happened, and it blew up on X. I think it gained, like, it was like 1 million views or something like that. It was crazy. But did you market this by yourself? I did, yes. Estee, let's go. That's a lot of tokens. I don't think so. It doesn't really cost that much. I mean, let's just do a quick usage. I mean, you guys can see it. My usage, oh my gosh, that's insane. Okay, I've only been going for 20 minutes on this session though. So it's 16% used in my 5-hour session, but I'm only 20 minutes in. So this actually, I'm cooking through this session because I'm only 20 minutes in, but I was launching like 15 agents and stuff. So, I mean, that's to be expected in a little bit. Okay, I do want to make a quick X post here. These look good. This one looks fine. Okay, would you check the database and make sure that this did properly work? Okay. Is Vibecademy free for BridgeMind Pro subs? Probably not. It's probably not going to be free. What are the agents doing? So they're all working on Vibecademy right now. What are you building? So you're literally looking at it right now. So I've built an ADE, which is an agent development environment. This is basically a workspace to be able to use your coding agents. So if you look over here, I manage my workspaces inside of this tool. So if you look over here, all my dev servers are running here. If we look over here, this is where all my agents are working on Vibecademy. If we look over here, they're all working on BridgeMind. If you go over here, there is a couple different tools, which are pretty cool. You have a browser tool, you have an editor, you have a voice orchestration agent, and then you have skills. You also have a memory system and a task management system. So it's everything in one, and we've done a pretty good job with it, and that is the biggest driver of 186K in ARR. This is why I have no Claude tokens. Sorry about that, dude. Okay, one thing I do want to do is I do want to make an X post on this. Check this out. So I'm about to make this X post. I'm going to show you guys pretty much what I'm going to post about here. Because I think that people deserve to know about this. So check this out. So let's make a post real quick. All right, so it's going to be this screenshot here. All right. All right. All right, so I pretty much was typing in here. Okay, so check this out. All right, so if you guys didn't know, tomorrow is actually going to be a huge day. So there's 2 models that are expected to release. We're going to get Gemini 3.2. People are saying that's probably going to be Gemini 3.2 Flash, and then it's also going to be Gemini 3.5 Pro. We don't know yet for sure, but the insiders on Polymarket are all over this one. And this is what I see, and this is the biggest problem right now with Google, is that they have a harness and they have a model that is awful. Google is terrible. So if you look at this benchmark, this is the Artificial Analysis Coding Agent Index. And for example, here is the Opus 4.7 with the cursor CLI. And then you can see Codex with GPT 5.5 and Claude Code with Opus 4.7. And then all the way down here, you have Gemini 3.1 Pro in the Gemini CLI. They have a terrible coding harness and they have a terrible model. And they need to fix this tomorrow. So Gemini CLI with Gemini 3.1 Pro, you guys go, I'm gonna go post this, but go check out this post, because I think that you guys should, this is what's kind of like prefacing the release tomorrow, is that, hey, if they don't fix this, right, they're gonna have a huge issue. It's coming into Google I/O and they're in last place. Like if you're Google right now and you're looking at this, you can't look at this and be like, oh, we're doing a great job on AI. No serious person is using the Gemini CLI. Look at how bad it is. It's a 43. It's so bad. So I think that, why is today's ARR 186 and the last stream was 191K? Look at this. See this? Consistency is the key. I was sick for all of last week. And when you're sick, you can't work. And if you can't work, you can't get new subscribers, you can't market. And if you can't market, then you're gonna have churn. And if you have churn, your ARR is gonna go down. So it's frustrating. I actually take it, I'm like very serious. It's hard for me to like let go of stuff, but I just had to accept it. I was like, hey, the MRR is gonna go down. I'm gonna have to accept it. Let's just look forward into what we can do in the coming week. And what we can do is we can launch Vibecademy tomorrow, and we're gonna make a huge comeback. I think that we're gonna surpass 200K ARR this week. Crazy Gamer, what's up? Can we change AI model providers in a single terminal session? Yeah, you can. But just remember, like, it does work like how you normally would in a terminal session, right? So it's like, okay, hold on. Fixes applied. Looks like this now works. Would you launch one code review agent and make sure that this is all functioning perfectly as expected and that it's ready to ship? Are you still using the Mac Mini and NVIDIA Spark? Are they helping you? Was thinking of making my own setup as well. Yeah, so they're actually very, very helpful. So I'm gonna do a video on this. Sorry, still lingering sickness, but I mean, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I was so sick, I couldn't even like, it was bad. But yeah, so I have Hermes agents running here and Hermes agents running here on all of these. And the Hermes agents, like there's people in the space that like don't, like they're a little bit like hype people, right? But the Hermes agents, just so you guys know, these agents are actually very useful. Fix the footer logo on Vibecademy. Waleed, hold up. He just said fix the footer logo. Let's check it out. So let's just go, let's pop out the BridgeMind browser here. So let's go to Vibecademy. So he said fix the logo. What's wrong with the logo? I don't see anything wrong with the logo. What's the... I don't see anything wrong with the logo. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the logo. Maybe it's on a different screen size. I don't see anything wrong here. Alright. Alright, so let's actually launch. Let's open up a new workspace, and I do have a preset. This is one very nice thing about BridgeSpace is the presets. So nice. Like literally I have this preset Vibecademy dev, just pop that out and we can run it. Very, very nice. Oh, on the pricing page? Okay. All right, he said on the pricing page. Hold on, let me check that out. Thank you, by the way, for your, I very much appreciate like any like issues that you guys see. You guys are the best. All right, Vibecademy. Okay. App, npm run dev. All right, let's go over here. Okay, so he said that it's in the pricing page. Let's go check this out. So let's go to the pricing page, and it's not, There's nothing wrong with that logo either. What do you mean? All right, more news about local agents. Wait, where? Perfect. Looking forward to the video. That could also be one of the topics for Vibecademy. Maybe some in-depth lessons about Hermes agents. YouTube video can create a good funnel for it. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, that's my plan, is that, like, I do think that Vibecademy is going to be a bigger unlock than you guys think. Because, hey, I'm positioning this as a competitor to Codecademy, is the way that I'm positioning this. Because I think that, like, hey, I got so much use out of Codecademy when I was learning how to code. I got so much usage out of it. And it's just that I look at it and I'm like, how are people actually still teaching? They're like, here's Python syntax. And is anybody in college right now, like, writing code, like, and their professors are telling them not to use AI? Is anybody in the chat, or question for the chat, is anybody currently in college and their professors, I guess it's May, so a lot of colleges are out, but this year, if anybody was like a CS student, were your professors telling you to use AI or to not use AI? Let me know. So somebody just asked, how do you get multiple AI agents working on your code base? Do they make conflicting changes? So no. So for example, like, I'll even, like, one big thing about when you're vibe coding is that, like, and this is why BridgeSpace also is very useful. So with the title, so look at this. If you hover over this agent is replacing the waitlist flow with get started sign up. This one is fixing course enrollment and retake functionality. This one is the pre-launch review in robots.txt optimization for Vibecademy. And this one is the demo idempotent, sorry. Cedar coming soon status. So, like, you can see that they all are working on different tasks. So to be a really good vibe coder, you just want to give it different tasks, and to be able to, like, you know, also you can use Git work trees. I don't use Git work trees. A lot of people do. I personally don't, though. Okay, hold on. Let's do one thing here. I'm gonna open up this here, and then we are going to launch Codex. And then we're going to launch. How many sub-agents can Codex launch? I need you to launch 15 sub-agents and do a complete review of the project and all local changes for Git, and make sure that our changes are not breaking changes. I'm getting ready to bump the version and deploy the latest version of BridgeSpace. I need you to review all of our changes and make sure that there are no breaking changes or issues with the code that we're about to deploy. And if there are, output your findings here in the chat. I am a software engineer. They don't want us to. Yeah. And that, the thing is like, that is going to change, like, a lot. That is 100% going to change. Like, people that think, like, oh, you're not going to be people, that's just crazy to me. And it happened to me too in my last semester, before I, like, did drop out, which I would like to get my degree at some point. But I walk into my my first class of the semester, right? And the professor is up there. And remember, I went to school for finance, right? So I have this worthless finance degree. I would never go to college if I had to decide again. I mean, college was good for different reasons other than the academic. But my professor gets up there and he's got his suit and tie, and he's like, he pulls up the first thing that this professor does. He says, AI is not what you think it is. And ChatGPT is just an overconfident assistant that is cool to talk to. But what you guys think, like, basically he was saying AI was a bubble, okay? And he said that he pulled up an article that said that, like, organizations that were integrating AI were actually unprofitable. They said 90% of organizations are unprofitable when they try to integrate AI. And he said, AI is not what you think it is. And I was sitting there in the class, knowing what I know, and I was like, that's an interesting thing to be teaching people in college. And that's why college is a complete scam. You're learning an old way of doing something. So I don't know. It really is crazy. Launch another 5 sub-agents to do another in-depth review and create a structured plan for any more changes that need to be made. But it really is crazy. Yeah, it's the early days, yeah. Okay, I sent you the footer logo that I see on Discord. Okay, thank you. Did you send me it on DMs, or where did you send it? Hopefully it was in the... It was not in support, it doesn't look like. All right, I'll see if it was in DMs. Hold on. Oh, okay. I do see it. Oh, okay. So here's what he's saying. Okay. Interesting. All right, so here's what he saw. Thank you for the screenshot. I appreciate that. Waleed, thank you. All right. All right, drag and drop. Vibecademy UI. Review this screenshot for reference and identify why the Vibecademy logo is designed this way with the wrong color scheme for some users. Review in depth and pinpoint the bug and get this fixed. This happened in the footer for some people. Saying the technology of the future is a bubble is eccentric, at least. Yeah, 100%. Boomers don't adapt. I mean, I just think that like, it's just a little bit surprising, right? To say, oh, you know, it's a bubble. I'm like, do you use like coding it? Like, do you use like agents? Like, if you're just talking to ChatGPT, like, yeah, you'd think that if you think that ChatGPT is AI, then like, first of all, you're living in 2023. Second of all, hold on. I need you. Oh, crap. I need you to actually run all of this to test this for us. Why don't I use Google Anti-Gravity? Well, I think that a lot of people are probably going to be using... Hold on. People are going to be using... I'll probably be using it tomorrow. I don't use Google Anti-Gravity because, first of all, Gemini 3.1 Pro is not a good model. Second of all, Google Anti-Gravity is not a good harness. Now, that probably is going to change tomorrow. If you guys didn't know, tomorrow is going to be a huge day for BridgeMind and the BridgeMind community because, number one, we are launching Vibecademy tomorrow, and number two, Google I/O is tomorrow, okay? Which means that we are literally going to have a huge day because I may wait to go live. I don't know what my plan is, but we're going to have a launch party tomorrow in the BridgeMind Discord. So if you guys haven't already joined the BridgeMind Discord community, make sure you do so because we're going to have a huge event as we wait for Gemini 3.1 Pro to release. Actually, sorry, not Gemini 3.1 Pro, Gemini 3.2 and potentially Gemini 3.5. It's going to be a huge day. And, you know, with Google models, a lot of people, like, they have different opinions. They're like, oh, that Google models suck. Google models suck. Here's what I see from Google models. Typically, when Google models release, okay, I've seen a lot of Google model releases. If you guys remember Gemini 2.5 Pro and Gemini 3 Pro and Gemini 3.1 Pro, when Gemini releases, like, their latest model, where Google releases their latest model, it's typically the best model in the world, okay? I think it's going to be better. Could you share email sub page for launch day? What do you mean? The email sub, you can join the waitlist and it'll go out. Also, I probably am going to send out an email, but we're going to start slow with Vibecademy. I think we're going to scale it up, and pretty much my plan is if you guys see the pricing for Vibecademy, tomorrow there's going to be a huge discount. And as we add in more courses, it's going to become more valuable, and slowly that discount is going to kind of like remove. So tomorrow for the launch, there's going to be like a heavy discount for the launch because there's not going to be a ton of courses, but I'm going to continuously be working on getting more and more and more. And then the subscription is going to get more and more valuable so that discount's going to reduce, right? So tomorrow is going to be the most affordable that Vibecademy ever is. Gemini is king. I don't know if it's king, but I think that it's a lot better than a lot of people realize. Okay. Also, guys, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we have 628 people watching, only 311 likes. I will say this, showing up every day and live streaming, like if you guys watch the streams, something that you guys could do to like just genuinely help me out and just be encouraging too, is if you guys just like the stream, and subscribe, it really does like encourage me, to be honest. So if you guys could do that, you know, there's 628 people watching, only 311 likes. If you guys just hit the like button, it really does help. So if you guys are enjoying the stream, if you guys watch the streams regularly, if you guys just show up, hit the like button, it really does mean a lot. Why don't you offer some free spots on Vibecademy? I think that would be... I mean, I just am not like a big fan. I mean, typically like I'll do like the fire sales and stuff, so we could potentially be doing that or some of that tomorrow. Probably will be, honestly. But remember, the stream tomorrow, is also going to be a launch stream for Gemini 3.2, 3.5, whatever it ends up being. What do you think about anti-gravity plus open code best combo? I guess no, that is not the best combo. That sounds like the Temu best combo. All right, this one's still working. It's got a bunch of agents running. Okay, let's do this real quick. Why is this on API usage billing? You guys see this? It's on API billing. I'm like scared to even touch that. All right, let's do this, Claude. I need you to do a complete deep dive of BridgeBench, launch 5 subagents to gain a complete understanding of BridgeBench. And note that BridgeBench is going open source, and we are turning this into a BridgeMind community project and are currently recruiting contributors for this project. BridgeBench has generated hundreds of millions of views on X. It's been reposted by Elon Musk 4 times. And with V3, it's our goal and our mission to create the world's #1 vibe coding benchmark. And with V3, we are going to create an incredibly useful vibe coding benchmark to be able to benchmark AI models for vibe coding. We want to create an informational page that will go in the community dropdown, just call it BridgeBench, that has the information about BridgeBench and how we are going to take it open source. I'm gonna see if I can create just an informational page that people can go to about this. So right now we're on V2 of BridgeBench, but we want to get out V3, and we do have an event coming up in 19 minutes. I don't know how many people are interested in this, so I don't know, like, it's, you know, this is going to be different than anything that we've done before, but if you guys look over here, we do have an event coming up in, what is it, 19 minutes, I guess now, right? Yeah, 18 minutes. And this is pretty much just going to be a brainstorm event, okay? So if you guys are interested in working on BridgeBench, which is going to be this open source project for benchmarking AI models for vibe coding, make sure you join this event. And if you have any ideas, I would love to hear them. This is just going to be a very short event, probably about 30 minutes, and we pretty much just want to brainstorm. I'll share with you guys then, once I start the event, pretty much what I'm picturing and what I'm envisioning. But I would like to hear from the community on, hey, do you guys have any ideas? And what are your thoughts? I don't see any traffic tool in Vibecademy. How you're going to have an idea of traffic you'll get. Yeah, I do have all the traffic data. Can you do anytime 24-hour live stream? I mean, I don't think that's like good. Like, I mean, maybe like for like 100K or something like that, but in particular, like, I think it's better rather than doing like a 24-hour live stream. I think it's better for like just longevity, being able to like create a routine. That's a little bit better long term. Yeah, we're getting close to the 400 likes. Yeah, we're almost there. All right. First time in this live stream, I use Claude Code inside VS Code and just trying to get better at vibe coding. Does this replace VS Code? Yeah, I haven't used VS Code in a while. BridgeSpace is the best way to use Claude Code or any agent coding tool because it's an ADE, it's an agent development environment. So I would get out of VS Code, get to something like BridgeSpace or Warp or something that's not VS Code. Okay, I think that this is done. Okay, did this work? Did this work? Yes or no? Did your product release yet? Where can I use it? You can go to BridgeMind.ai and get a subscription. You can use it. You guys can see here. I'm using it right now. Okay. I need you to note that we are going to mark all of the current courses that we've seeded with coming soon. And the first course that Vibecademy is going to offer is a cybersecurity basics for vibe coding. We're basically going to be teaching how to protect from common vulnerabilities when vibe coding. It's a common misconception that people say that vibe coding is insecure and not scalable because people will just be able to hack whatever you create, but that's actually not true. You just have to understand the most common vulnerabilities and best practices for security. And this course is going to teach that. We are going to teach things like protecting yourself from XSS attacks, protecting yourself from DDoS attacks by using Cloudflare, and other common vulnerabilities. This is going to be the first course for Vibecademy, and it's going to launch tomorrow. I need you to now create the course for this, just placeholder for now, but I want to be able to see this in the local database, update accordingly. So we're gonna, basically what I'm gonna do is I am gonna just create, like, I want to create outline for this so we get a view of it. AI Cyber, let's go. Yep, 100%. Any new things added to BridgeSpace recently? The biggest thing would be bridge memory, but overall, the biggest things that we've been doing is just making it, like shutting down bugs and stuff, just making it more reliable and whatnot. We are about to bump the version. Let's go over here. 6 agents are going right now. Do you guys know, is 6 agents the limit? Yeah, 6 agents is the limit for Codex. Yeah, 6 agents. What app are you making? A lot of people are asking what app. You guys are looking at it. So this is an ADE. It's an agent development environment. And this is what I built. I've been Vibecademy for over 3.5 years. And something that you need in 2026 is an agent development environment. Just one workspace so that you're able to use Claude Code, Codex, Open Code, Pi, whatever you use. Can you please give me the best advice that you have, how to succeed just like you? Well, first of all, just so you know, like, success is like kind of fleeting. I think that success, like, to people mean different things. You know, success to some people means freedom and autonomy. Success to others means wealth, right? I don't think that wealth is a good place to find success. I think that's going to be very fleeting. If you are just trying to make money, you're not going to really find a ton of value in wealth. But I will say that, hey, if you want to get started with vibe coding, you just have to, like, it's interesting. I think that if you want to be successful, you just have to be in it for the long run, and you have to have staying power. And you have to understand that with AI, so much more is possible today than has ever been possible before. Like, if you rewinded the clock 3 years, I wouldn't be able to create BridgeSpace. Like, I literally wouldn't. Even with the skill set that I have now, the tools weren't good enough to create BridgeSpace. It would not be possible. Which code editor do I use? I use BridgeSpace. I literally use BridgeSpace. So, you know, I think that, like, this is a big thing that people need to understand, is that, like, the tools that we have today are so much better than even the tools that we had 3 years ago when you still had, you know, ChatGPT. But, like, it would be impossible for me to build BridgeSpace because you would have to copy and paste all the code. So you're developing BridgeSpace in BridgeSpace? Yes. So if you guys are interested in getting a subscription to BridgeSpace, I am going to do a quick fire sale for anybody that's interested. Let's catch the falling knife here on the MRR. If anybody is interested in getting a BridgeMind subscription, right now we're at only $70 in gross volume today. Yesterday, I will say, like, one of the great parts about creating a business, a software business, is that, like, I was super sick, and, like, we can even look, like, let's look at this. I'll show this to you guys, and then we're going to do a fire sale here. But, like, this is just for reference. Like, okay, we had a big month, like, earlier in the month where, for example, I was making like $4,000 in a day. But, like, even this past week, right? Like, I was sick on May 14th, and I still made $830. I didn't even do anything. I was sick laying in bed, and I made $830. The next day, $326. The next day, $632. Yesterday, $815. And it's like, I think that when you create something like that, it's just incredible because you're able to just kind of watch the money flow in. You're like, wow, like, this is crazy. You know, I'm, like, sick laying in bed, and I'm like, all right, I made $795. Like, that's pretty cool. But anybody that's interested in using BridgeSpace, I am going to create a fire sale real quick. We're going to do day 179. We're going to do 65% off. And anybody that's interested in using BridgeSpace, which is the vibe coding tool that I use and that I've built, we are going to do a fire sale real quick. It's going to be limited. Usually these go within like 30 seconds, but it's going to be 65% off forever. And we're going to give this to only 5 people. But this is going to be day 179. But if you are interested in using BridgeSpace, I think it's a phenomenal ADE, better than anything that I've used personally. Let's just limit this to 5 times. So it's only going to be redeemable 5 times, but if you guys want to use BridgeSpace, 65% off forever. Here is the code, day 179. But yeah, consistency is the key. Like, you guys can see, like, hey, with the ARR down, it's pretty simple. Why did the ARR go down? I was sick. I wasn't able to be consistent. So, the ARR went down, you know? Yeah, it's crazy. All right, DB state confirmed. Okay, this looks good. Okay, so we'll test this here in a second. Let's get all this running. It looks like it already is running, so let's go over here and just test. I definitely do want to test out this Pi agent. Let's just go over to localhost 3006 real quick. Is BridgeSpace made in Electron? No, it's not. It's made in Rust, Tari. But yeah, I think that tomorrow is going to be a huge day with the release of, I guess it's going to be 3.2, Gemini 3.2 and Gemini 3.5. Okay, so here is Vibecademy. So I did just create what's going to be, so if I go to the catalog, there's going to be like a cybersecurity course, cybersecurity basics for vibe coding. All right. All right, so if I do this, start learning. So upgrade required. Ooh. Renews on. So I just got redirected, but I have pro. Hold on. You don't like that. All right, let's go over here. All right, also 9 minutes. We are gonna have this this Bridgebench event. So remember, we're just going to be brainstorming. I don't know what I want to do with BridgeSpace or BridgeBench v3, but I'm really interested in hearing your guys' ideas and hearing, you know, pretty much if anybody has any ideas on this, because it is going to be an open source project. Review this. Check out this bug that I'm getting. As you can see, I do have a pro plan, but for some reason I got redirected. Would you review the logs and figure out why this happened and fix the bug? All right, so we got a bug. Let's go to Vibecademy dev, and we'll just be able to grab this. Figure out what happened. Ooh, code is invalid. I think it got used up already. Let's see. Yeah, those codes go fast. Hold on, guys. All right, I saw a ton of people. There's like 30 people. Hold on, you know. Coupons. Wow, I think there's an issue. All right, people are saying that the code was invalid. Oh. I see why the code was invalid. Okay, hold up, guys. I made a mistake. It was days 179. So there's 0. It's days. I messed up. Okay, I saw so many people try and redeem it. All right, I guess it's days. I messed up. It's days 179. So if you guys tried, the reason that the code was invalid was because I accidentally just typed. It was a typo. Days 179. So if you guys attempted, sorry about that. Okay, Super Combo Gamer just dropped this. What is this? Hold up. Whoa, model drop. Composer 2.5 is out now. Whoa, holy crap. Okay, shout out to Super Combo. This literally released 10 minutes ago. All right. Whoa. Okay, new model drop, chat. All right, Composer 2.5. Wow. All right, thank you, Super Combo. Super Combo's clutch. All right, so this did just drop, chat. All right, thank you, Super Combo. Shout out to him. All right, so this did just drop. Composer 2.5. I do have Cursor, so we can test this out. A lot of people want to test. Oh, probably K2.6, probably. We definitely want to test this out, though. Now, in 6 minutes, we do have this event. Hold on here. Let's test this out. All right, hold on here, chat. Dang, we have this event in 5 minutes, though. Delay the event. All right, yeah. Yeah, let's delay the event. Let's delay this. Let's hold on. Let's just delay it like 30 minutes. All right, let's open up Cursor here. Dang, that's crazy, chat. Okay, that's awesome though. All right, let's pull up Cursor. And I do have like $14,000 in Cursor credits. So let's just open up the agents window. Dang, that's awesome. All right. All right, let's update. Hold on, I'm installing Cursor update real quick. Okay, hold on, chat. All right, Cursor update. Give me a second here. All right, dang. Excuse me. Sorry, still getting over the sickness. All right, chat. All right, Composer 2.5. Is it available here? Okay, wow, it's right there. Composer 2.5. Dang. Okay, hold on. We need to post on X. All right, we're gonna delay the event because this did just drop. This did just drop. All right, hold on. We're gonna make an X post real quick. All right, I just made this post. This is the benchmark if you guys want to go test this out, but let's put it to the test, guys. Like, dang, okay, Composer 2.5 fast. Is there anything like, let's just do one thing. I want you to create a single HTML file of a first-person shooter game. It should be very robust and have really good user mechanics. There should be waves of enemies that come and fight me. I should have an AR-15 and an RPG. Make the graphics as realistic as possible. I wonder how fast it is. Have you tried Agent Zero? No. Okay, somebody said I'm testing it right now and it's really fast. Whoa. Yeah, that is fast. Wow. Mythin said, hey, hope you're feeling better. I am, thank you. All right, editing FPS game. So we'll test this. Let's just do a couple like FPS tests real quick. I mean, it says that already updating it, but we do want to also put it to the test in like a real workflow, right? Counter-Strike 3, Orbital Strike. You know what's funny is it always creates like the same game. Like it'll create like the same name and everything. FPS test, let's go. Data Moon over on Twitch, let's go. Yeah, I like the first-person shooter game test. It's like a good test. I like that one. I mean, I think that you just have to let it kind of do the work. Can you queue up a front-end UI test in parallel? Yeah, let's do that. Yep. Astro, thank you. All right, let's just do this. Let's drop in the BridgeMind UI, and let's say BridgeMind Ops. This is sick. All right, hold on. We'll just test in a second. I want you to do an in-depth review of the BridgeMind website, and I want you to create a revamp called BridgeMind UI Composer 2.5 revamp. It should be a Next.js website that is a built-out version of the BridgeMind UI. I want you to launch 30 sub-agents to help you completely build out this website. It should be completely built out, a full website. But I need you to improve the styling, the animations, everything about it, and use BridgeMind UI as reference. Okay, we'll see. We're gonna launch what, 30 sub-agents? When I ask Cursor to launch 30 sub-agents, it actually does it. In the meantime, let's go over here and check this out. So Composer 2.5 did just drop. Whoa, the UI here actually looks really good. Hold on here, chat. All right, let's grab this real quick, and while we launch the 30 sub-agents, let's just go over here real quick and see what it does. Also, shout out to everybody that's watching over on Twitch right now. There's 34 people over on Twitch. I really appreciate your support on Twitch. I'm trying to grow on Twitch. All right, let's check this out. So BridgeMind Ops. Here's the game. We'll let the 30 sub-agents work in the background, but BridgeMind Ops deploy. Whoa. Whoa. This is actually, like, super clean. Now, I don't see any agents. I don't see any zombies yet. All right, there's no hostiles. Wave 0 never starts. That's not good. So do you guys see that? It never started. It never launched the first wave. Figure out why this happened and fix. All right, so it never launched the agents. But UI wise, that actually is really good. And one thing that you'll want to know is that I'm assuming that this is a fine-tuned version of Kimmy-K 2.6, because Composer 2.5 was a fine-tuned version of Composer 2 was a fine-tuned version of Kimmy-K 2.5. Kimmy-K 2.6 has a lot of issues with it, but Composer 2.5 is probably a fine-tuned version of 2.6, and 2.6 actually is a lot better than 2.5. Here's all the sub-agents, so it's launching 30 agents in parallel. It's all Composer 2.5 fast. Do they have a blog article about this? Let's see if we can find a blog article or anything about this. Chat, what do you guys want me to test? Let me know in the chat what you guys want me to test. Give the FPS game also 50 agents. Okay, good idea. I want you to launch 50 sub-agents that will build out a complete first-person shooter game that has incredible graphics, multiple maps to choose from, and you should really just focus on that core concept. The graphics need to be absolutely realistic, hyper-realistic, real-world graphics. But actually, before we launch the 50 agents, I want you to actually write the system prompt for me that I will pass to launch the 50 agents. First, just output a TXT file with the system prompt to give to another agent that will launch the 50 sub-agents and actually complete the task. All right, so we're gonna do a system prompt here first. They said that it's still on 2.5. So, it's still based on 2.5. Okay, Backstory Bytes and RT. Okay, thank you guys. So apparently this is still based on Kimmy-K 2.5. But hold on, here's the first wave. I'll let you guys just kind of watch this. So we do now have the enemies. Dang. I mean, that's not like. Hold on. I want you guys to be able to see more of this. Let me make myself smaller. Or here, let me put myself over here. All right, also, I think we did hit 400 likes. I am going to do a cold plunge, but let's just focus on testing this first. This is crazy. So, dang, okay. A mini-map? Yeah. Dang. I mean, that's, like, not bad. Let's try the rocket launcher. Dang, that's sick. Okay, wait, hold up. All right, the system prompt is right here. Let's pull up the system prompt. Okay, here's the system prompt. You guys can look at it. The system prompt is 507 lines long. This is going to launch 50 agents. I want you to now build the game. All right, so this is going to launch 50 sub-agents. And I prompted an agent so I could just have a little bit of a better prompting mechanism. Okay. All right, I'm just going to put cold plunge soon on. All right, testing Composer 2.5. All right. What does the system do? With what model Did I build the UI of Vibecademy? I did use Claude Opus 4.7. Okay, so this is gonna launch 50 sub-agents. I do have, I went to my Cursor account and they gave me another $10,000 in Cursor. I'm not sponsored by them, but I do have like a connection with Cursor, and they basically like, it was after I started to get bigger. I guess they gave me like some type of like creator account or something like that. So every so often they'll just give me like $10,000. What are the specs of the Mac you're running this on right now? It's 96 gigabytes of RAM. Let's check up on how this one's doing. So this is, oh wow. All right, so this is building this out. Qwen 3.7 is coming. Yeah, I heard that a couple times. Is it coming today or when is it coming? All right, so these are all sub-agents. So you can open these, and so you guys can see what this sub-agent is working on. But these are all Composer 2.5 sub-agents. This one's doing a complete rebuild. This one's doing game development. How fast will I go through 10K? The 10K is gonna last a while. Unless, like the other day, if you guys were watching, I did test, the Claude Opus 4.7 fast, and I literally ripped through $1,000 in credits in like less than an hour, because it's just so expensive. All right, this one's still working, but this one here, something stealthy going on OpenRouter. Oh, okay. Hold on, let's check that out. So somebody said, this is gonna be a big week. If you think about Gemini 3.2 and 3.5 releasing probably tomorrow, it is gonna be a big week. Grok Imagine videos now out on OpenRouter. Roll on. All right, that's cool. Hold on, I want you guys to be able to see this. I mean, it is fast. What did they say in their blog article? So let's go over here. Let's go check out what they're saying. I mean, I hate how they drop these benchmarks and they're like, it's just as good as Opus 4.7. It's like, I don't know. All right, let's go back over to Cursor. Let's see what they said in their X post real quick. I do want to look into it a little bit more thoroughly. So we are testing it over here, but this is their, this is what they just released. So it's working over here on the right. You guys can watch this. But this is what they just released. All right, so here's what they said. Introducing Composer 2.5, our most powerful model yet. It's more intelligent, better at sustained work on long-running tasks, and more reliable at following complex instructions. For the next week, we're doubling the included usage of the model. Composer 2.5 is exceptionally intelligent and up to 10 times more efficient than similarly capable models. Okay, hold on. Let me make an announcement real quick and let everybody know that we're gonna still do the event, but all right. Okay, so we improved Composer by scaling training, generating more complex RL environments, and introducing new learning methods. For example, we used text feedback during RL to learn faster by assigning credit in rollouts spanning hundreds of thousands of tokens. Composer 2.5 is built on the same open source base as Composer 2, Moonshot's K2.5. Why are they using Kimi K2.5? Wait, somebody said that Qwen 3.7 just came out too? Wait, hold up. Is that true? I doubt it's not an OpenRR though, is it? No, this is not going to be as good as Opus 4.7. It's what they always say though. Oh, it's like Opus 4.7. Together with SpaceX AI, we're training a significantly larger model from scratch using 10 times more total compute. With Colossus 2's million H100 equivalents in our combined data and training capability techniques, we expect this to be a major leap in our model capability. Wow, that's insane. Okay, okay, so Qwen 3.7, it looks like it did just drop. People are saying that it's out in Quen chat. Whoa. Okay, we're getting some models this morning, guys. Okay, can we go over to this one? It's just, there's a ton of background shells, I guess. What is this doing? One terminal. Hold on. What is this doing? Is this one done? Didn't I want to launch BridgeMind Ops Real World? I don't see anything. Wait, wasn't this the one that I want you? Wait, is it, this one says it's done. When I go to it, it's just loading a black screen. Why? Fix this. Okay, let's go over to BridgeMind. This one is still working. Oh, does this one finally load in? No, this one's still... So it's trying to load this in, but it's just a black screen. This is the one that we gave the system prompt to. Okay, here it is. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, so you do have 3 different maps. Hold up, let's pull this up in a larger screen here. All right, so BridgeMind Ops. So urban decay, industrial complex, coastal outpost. Remember, this is just like, we do this for fun. It's just a single HTML. Graphics, high. Oh, whoa. Does that do anything, though? All right, high. Let's just do urban decay. Loading environment lighting. Yeah, no. What the heck? It tried. Okay, that's a bust. Whoa. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. If this wasn't, like, blurry... Okay. It's not good. If it was actually in this map, but I can't even... Wait, can I go over here? Do you guys see this? Okay, Quen 3.7 preview is up. Is it on OpenRouter? Wait, is it on OpenRouter? That was not that good. It was interesting. Is this on OpenRouter now? I don't see it. Nah, this is not great. Let's try the last map, though. Coastal Outpost. Whoa. Is this just using, like, a stock image? It uses, like, a stock image for the background, and then, like, put me on this, like, goofy map. That's so funny. All right, so it used, like, an actual, like, real-world stock image because I wanted the graphics to be good. So apparently this is what Composer 2.5 thinks is good graphics. Oh, 100%, this model is benchmaxed. I can fly. I can fly, chat. I can fly. That's sick. All right, I didn't ask to fly, but you can fly. I didn't know that we were playing Minecraft here, but that's cool. All right, Quen 3.7 is out on Ella Marina. All right, hold up. Let's see Ella Marina. All right, people are saying that this is out. Now, Quen 3.6 was actually pretty good, so I'm interested in this. I don't think it's out yet. Minecraft, yeah. So, Quen 3.7, it looks like something's going on. Let's just test this out. Like, let's just see. Hold on. Let's just do this, and let's just do, like, hold on. I want you to create a React Native Expo app called Bridge Music. That is a music generation app. I want you to make it on theme with BridgeMind. You can look at the design MD file in BridgeMind UI for reference, but I want you to create a new app that I can launch. For now, just create the welcome screen and make it so that I can just click get started and then I can generate music with a prompt, interface with 11 labs for the music generation, but I need you to launch 10 sub-agents and create this app, make it a mono repo. I mean, I don't think that you can judge a model based off of having it create a single HTML file, to be completely honest with you. Like, in order to get a real feel, like, you can't, I don't want to be like, you know, content creators that are like, oh, they don't know anything. I'm not going to put judgments on a model. In general, hey, if you're using Kimi K 2.5 for the baseline of a model, I'm not looking at it like, I don't think that, with Composer 2.5, people love Composer 2. People that use Cursor, they love Composer too because it's incredibly fast. If you guys look at the speeds here, you guys can see that the speeds are, it is very fast. No, fast is supposed to have the same intelligence level. So, whoa, it just launched a bunch of, whoa, hold on. Stop. When you launch subagents, make sure that you use Composer 2.5 subagents when you launch subagents. Excuse me, guys. Still getting over this sickness. All right, so launch a bunch of Composer 2. I hate that Cursor does that. They'll basically launch like crappier subagents. I'm like, why are you using Composer 2 for that? It wasn't HTML. They now have Colossus 2 compute with SpaceX deal. Yeah, they'll make a better model. What they're saying is that, hey, this is probably, we're gonna make an actual model, but what they're doing now is they did just build like, hey, they just fine-tuned Kimi K2.5, and Kimi K2.5 is a terrible model. So I don't think that you can't, like, with knowing that, it's, you can't say, oh, this is gonna be this incredible model when it's like, hold on, let's check out, is it true that is it Qwen 3.7? People are saying that Qwen 3.7 is now live. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, it does not. Well, that's the text arena. I'm not super worried about text arena. Is it in Qwen chat, though? People are saying that it's in Qwen chat. Just switch to Composer 2 fast to normal Composer, and it won't use fast version. What do you mean? I'm trying to test Composer 2.5. Okay, so look at this. It is creating this. So it's got what, 10 subagents. So this is what subagents look like in Cursor. So far, I'm not super impressed. I am interested to see what this website creates. What is the current status? Almost done. All right, let's check this out. What app are you making? You can go check out BridgeMind.ai, but I've made an ADE and then a voice-to-text tool. It's a vibe coding ecosystem. Okay. What is BridgeSpace built on? It's a Rust application, Tari. All right, that's pretty cool. All right. The revamp is in good shape as a standalone browsable full marketing website. It looks like it's almost done. Okay, would you now start the application and so that I can test it, run the dev server so I can see what you created? I was thinking it's Composer 2 fast. No, you're good, dude. You're good. Yeah, Composer 2.5 did just come out, and I will say, like, Composer is incredibly fast. Like, I remember when Composer 1 came out, and it was like, if you guys remember at that time, we were working on View Creator, and it was like pretty incredible. Hold on, let's see here. So it's running. Oh, okay. So here's the website it created, guys. So it launched like 50 subagents. It's so bad. Okay, I will say this actually does look kind of better than the one that Grok created. What? Why did it just like create like a super plain website? You guys see this? Oh my gosh, that's bad. All right, that was not good. Want to do a remotion video? I want you to create a remotion video that is a marketing video for BridgeVoice. Do not look or reference any of the existing marketing videos. I want you to create a standalone marketing video. First, create a structured plan for how you are going to position the marketing video, and then I want you to create it and copy it over to my downloads directory so that I can test it. It should be 35 seconds long, very fast paced, and show actual animations of the product. Yeah. All right, guys. Yikes. All right, also we did hit our light goal, so I am gonna do a cold plunge, but we have a couple things. Composer 2.5 did just drop, so we're gonna test this. And then we have our Bridgebench event, and then I'm gonna hit a cold plunge. Can you deactivate the fast mode? I can if you want me to, yes. But in the meantime, let's set a new light goal here. Let's get to, hold on. All right, we're gonna start hitting some push-ups. I need to hit push-ups, so every like from here on out is gonna be every like equals +1 push-up. All right, new poll. All right, I need to do some push-ups today. So I want to do like 200 push-ups before the stream ends. So let's get to 650. Let's go. If you guys haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. I mean, there's 650 people watching the stream right now. If you guys all like the stream, we'd be there in no time. I mean, here's the thing about Composer 2.5. It's very fast. You guys can see like exploring. Why is it editing? Oh. Building the BridgeVoice marketing composition for product accurate UI animations. I mean, it's super fast. Is this one still working? How far in are we? I have high hopes for Gemini. I do too. I think that Gemini 3.2 and 3.5, whatever ends up launching tomorrow, there's a bunch on products. There's a bunch on Polymarket about what could potentially launch, but it all looks very, very interesting. I'm excited for it for sure. All right, it looks like this is for the scope you asked for. Mono repo plus launchable MVP with welcome. Generate 11 labs. You're roughly 85 to 90% done. Out of scope. Okay, are we able to start this now? Is it ready to test? Let's just see the app that it created, right? Like, so far what I've seen, kind of Composer-like, not doing a great job. Eric Code said, how many tokens per second? It's very, very fast, that's for sure. Mobile.env is missing, create. I want to be able to just see the UI first. Let's not worry about the environment variable file yet. Is it ready to test? All right, let's see this here. Got anything functional yet? What do you mean, just with Composer 2.5? I mean, here's an app. We'll go through the motions. I'll generate an 11 labs key just so we can see if this works. But first, it does look, hold on, let's see if I open up cursor, it's in, jeez, the cursor UI lately is getting rough. Do I do this? No. Hold on. Cursor. Okay, it's this, isn't it? And then it's one of these. Okay. Okay. Can I run npm expo start? Okay, let's kill this. Stop terminal, and then let's just do a new terminal. And then this one is Bridge Music. So CD Bridge Music. And this is just a music app that was being created. So npx expo start. And then we'll run a clear as well. Yes, it's fine. Installing. Okay. All right, let's see if it was able to at least create an app. I mean, if it's able to create an app in one shot and just like actually properly set it up, that'd be pretty impressive. Yes, it's fine. Have I configured your chats to auto accept the configs so you don't have to accept the actions or what you call it? You just do that in Claude Code yourself, but yes, I do. I don't have to accept anything. All right, opening project. This is the app. Stuff like this, like, that's when you know that you're not dealing with a super intelligent model, to be honest. If it's not able to do something in one shot, fix this. I mean, we'll fix this, but it didn't get that one shot. How much you spend monthly on AI on average? $600 a month. Thank you, mute the app. All right. Man, So let's see if it should be able to just fix this real quick. Come on. This one. This one. Okay, here's, oh wow. Okay, so it's so fast though. Do you guys see how it's already done with this marketing video? Like, I was working with Grok 4.3 and Grok Build, and it did take like 25 minutes to create a remotion video. So one benefit of Composer 2.5 is just so insanely fast. Here's a remotion video it created. Speak, ship faster, stay private. This is actually a lot better than what Grok created, to be honest with you guys. Look at this. Okay, this did a good job. This did a great job. Wow. Okay, now let's try this. Let's try this. Okay, great work, but you didn't actually use BridgeMind branding. Would you actually copy over the BridgeMind logo symbols and the BridgeMind logos and brand the video and actually add in the BridgeMind brand colors so that this is a marketable on-brand video? That was pretty good. That was pretty good. So, like, for example, I'll even show you guys, like, hey, if you look at what that just did, if we look at, like, this is what this is what I had Grok 4.3 create, and it was so, this is bad. Wait, hold on, that's a screenshot. I'll play you guys what Grok 4.3 with Grok Build built this morning. If you guys watched my video from this morning, this is what Grok Build built. And this is why I don't think Grok Build is good, but Composer 2.5, wow, I'm very, very impressed by what it did. That did a really good job. Awaria said, this is really not bad for the price. Yeah, how much is it? So you guys can see that Grok did a terrible job, right? But the speed on Composer, I think that, like, that really is, like, one part about it that is so, it's such a sell point. Like, that is a very big advantage of Composer 2.5, where, hey, if you're using Composer 2.5, that was not a bad remotion video. That right there, like, that's why it's like, hey, you have stuff like the single HTML files where it's like, okay, like, you're not gonna build a very good first-person shooter game with, like, one prompt that's a single HTML file. Like, you can't really judge a model on single HTML files. But in real-world use case, like, that was actually pretty good, right? Really loves default to the gradient effect. Yeah, it's not good. And I'm referring to Grok 4.3. Okay, so it looks like it did just update the video. Let's see if it was able to do that. Sometimes it has some issues with that. Yeah, hold on here. Would you try rebuilding it and also call it version 2 instead of just copying it over the same version? Call it version 2. What happened to my voice? You can probably notice it. So I was super sick last week. That's why I missed a couple days, and why the ARR is down is because consistency is the key. If you miss a couple days, you should expect that your ARR is going to go down. But yeah, I've been super, super sick, and I'm still sick, but I'm past the point where I can work now, you know. So why is yours better than Whisper Flow? It just is. It's a lot faster. A lot of people like BridgeVoice a lot better than Whisper Flow. People that actually use the product. Okay. Ooh, it looks like it introduced some gradients here. Speak, ship faster, stay private. So it did find all those assets. Why did it create the pulsating effects though? I mean, okay. Note that the URL that you're showing for the voice, BridgeVoice, that's not the actual accurate URL. Just use the www.bridgemind.ai URL for the call to action. Also, would you significantly improve this marketing video so that it's basically like an enterprise grade marketing video? Right now, it's not really enterprise grade. Make it enterprise grade and search the internet and find a remotion skill, download that remotion skill, and then use that remotion skill for version 3, and then update the code and then create version 3 of the marketing video. It should be enterprise grade. How did I create that video? I used a framework called Remotion. If you're not familiar with Remotion, it's a very good way to be able to create marketing videos with AI. How did you make your landing page so nice and clean? I use Claude Opus 4.7 with the front end design plugin. Can we make hacking tools using Vibecademy? It does depend, yeah. I mean, I'm not going to promote that. For those of you Codex users, how long are your goals running? They run for a while for me. I think my last goal that I did ran for like an hour and 30 minutes. It runs for a while. I mean, I'm pretty impressed. We do have this event in 1 minute. I'm about to start this. This is just going to be the event for Bridgebench. So if you guys are interested in basically brainstorming a little bit about Bridgebench, we're about to start that event. If you were dead broke, just graduated, but had a Claude Pro subscription, would you do B2B or go straight into building an app? I think that sometimes B2B like can get you money faster, but the sales are gonna be a little bit harder. Like B2C, you're gonna have to be creating like a lot of like social media content. Like, hey, right now you guys can see that I'm live streaming. I do content on YouTube, I do content on X, and that's how I do my marketing, right? But if you do B2B, it's more like cold calls, cold emails, right? Like it's two different marketing approaches. So it kind of just depends on like, and then if you do get a conversion, that conversion is probably going to be worth a lot more money, right? I've done B2B, I've done B2C. I worked for a startup when I was 19. It wasn't my startup. I didn't have equity, but I was just like working as a sales guy for this startup. And I mean, like some of the contracts that we closed were very large. I think that during my, like just, I personally closed like 250,000 in worth of contracts which is a lot for a startup. And it was like a fairly new startup that was working like in this Amazon niche. And I mean, yeah, you can make like quite a lot of money with B2B, but B2C, like it's just like it differs in marketing. Okay, so it looks like, I mean, look at that. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, Composer 2.5, the speed on it is absolutely off the charts. So this is the enterprise grade, right? This is the new one. This is version 3. Oh, wait, whoa, no. Wait, hold on here. Okay, wait, hold on. All right, BridgeMind. Look at that. Oh, whoa. I like the swiping. I mean, what do you think? Do you guys think that this is better? So this is the third. The swiping looks cool. That doesn't look good. Geez, that pulsating gradient is terrible. But the thing is that Composer 2.5 is so fast that you're going to be able to just get like so many takes on it, if that makes sense. Like you can test it so many times. I wish Cursor would have a $10 plan since we don't need the $20 to use composer modules. The swiping is cool. Yeah, I mean, I think that it's, I mean, that's pretty good. I want you to remove the pulsating circles in the background and also remove all these gradients. We want solid colors. The gradients look unprofessional. Create V4. Yeah, the thing is you're just able to get so many different iterations out. What about Quen 3.7? I don't think it's an open router, is it? I don't think it's an open router yet. And then I do have to start this event here in a minute. We'll come back to this. Was it able to resolve this issue? Let's just check this real quick before we start the event. Hold on. So this was the app. Let's see if it was able to fix the app. Same issue. Hold on. Did it get the same exact issue though? That was the same exact issue that we had before. Let's do a clear just in case. Yeah. Same issue. So do you guys see the problem here? Like this is like a pretty basic issue here, right? Like this is just unable to resolve issue. You guys look at this issue, pretty straightforward. Opus 4.7 would be able to solve this. I can even show you guys that it would be able to. But Composer 2.5, it's not intelligent enough. So they always try and do this. They always compare it to the frontier models and they say, oh, it's... Honestly, let's rip through a check here. Let's use Opus 4.7. I'll literally put it in fast mode for you guys right now. I think Opus 4.7 extra high fast we'll be able to solve this. Hold on, pull up. That was not a good prompt. Hold on. Let's just go back over here and let's just hold on, watch this chat. So this is my whole point. They always try to say, oh, it's so much better. It's still getting the same issue. I now want you to do a deep dive on it and fix the bug immediately. Which is better, Cursor or Claude Code? I'm quite new in this space. Claude Code's gonna be better if you're new. Also, it's dependent on your budget, but Claude Code's a lot better, especially for subsidies. But I mean, like, look, I'm using Opus 4.7 extra high fast because I'm gonna spend a check on it. I'm gonna spend $50 on this prompt, but like, what you guys are gonna see is that this probably will be able to solve it. If I have to take a bet, I'm gonna bet that this is gonna solve our issue here, okay? Because that's just the nature of Opus 4.7. Every time a new model, look at it, it says found it. Let's see if it finds it, right? And let's see if it solves it. But I think that, like, hey, if you're gonna try and say that your model is as good, is it already done? Killed the Expo process. MPX Expo start. Let's try it again. I was wrong. I am still getting the issue. So maybe I'm proven wrong. Maybe I'm proven wrong. $1 to $2 for a simple bug. That was actually probably $40 because I'm using Opus 4.7 fast. But the thing is because I do, they just give me a bunch of credits. I don't have a partnership with them or anything. I'm actually quite derogatory towards Cursor because I think it's expensive. But hey, if you're gonna give me $10,000, like, I'll use your credits. Chris Luttrell said, I like how Matt digs into these models and talks the truth about them, not all the hype all the time. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it says it's trying again. Try GPT 5.5. Okay, everybody's trying to get me to do GPT 5.5. We do have an event right now, guys. We need to do this event. I feel terrible. We have an event right now. Codex is the only capable bug fixer right now. All right, let's see if this doesn't get it, we'll test this. We do have an event. GPT, everybody's like GPT. Yeah, we need to do GPT. We'll do GPT. But let's see if it's able to get it. We'll give it one more time. One more try. We'll give it one more try. And we do have an event. If you guys are watching, waiting for the event, we're about to start the event. I just do want to give Composer 2.5 a fair shake. We're probably going to use Composer 2.5 a fair shake, but we do have an event right now, and the event is a Bridgebench. We're going to open source Bridgebench, and we're going to basically create Bridgebench v3. It's going to be a community project, but I literally just want to open it up to the community early on and kind of share my ideas with you guys, and then hear from the community. If you guys are interested in maybe just give me your thoughts. Pretty much what we're trying to do is we're trying to create the world's best vibe coding benchmark. And I don't think that I can do that alone. I think that if we take this and open source it and we work together as a community, I think that it's going to be a lot better. It looks like this is now trying again. It's trying to start this up, which I do not want to do. All right, let's do this. MPX Expo start. All right, we need to do. Let's throw this on. Okay, I want you to review the error and I want you to try and fix it. All right, we'll try and this. We'll give this. We're kind of testing models right now. I may be wondering what we're doing. Composer 2.5 did just come out and we're testing it out. All right, we have to do this event. The event's going to be short. But I pretty much just want to open up a stage event. If you guys would be interested in participating in an open source project that will look really, really good in your GitHub and really good, I'm looking to recruit some people for this. We haven't yet started working on it, but I'm just interested in getting some people to work on it. All right. We'll give GPT 5.5 a try, and then if it doesn't get it, then and this is actually a very simple bug, just so you guys know. Composer 2.5 isn't any good. It's very fast. It's very, very fast. So for example, like back to that marketing video, right? The V4, This is now the V4, and remember, this is the one that was going to remove the gradients. So this is the one that's more of a professional look. This is a much more professional look. So it removed all those ugly gradients. It did create an accurate view of the pill. Like, this is actually really good. This doesn't really realistically, I don't like this one. I don't think that looks good. But hey, this Remotion video was created with Composer 2.5. Okay, people are saying that I just have to close this. No, because I'm pretty sure I quit the sim, right? All right, hold on here. Let's test this. Yeah, it's very fast. Super Combo said, how is Composer 2.5? It's very, very fast. Yeah, it's very fast. All right, we'll just use this port. Okay. Let's see. New issue. Okay, we're going to have to come back to this. We do have to do this event. I'm going to come back to this. We have a cold plunge that we're going to do. I'm going to do a bunch of push-ups, but let's do this event real quick. It's going to be very short. I just want to, if there's anybody from the community, I would just like to open up this event. Hold on, let's just start this event real quick. All right, hold on here, chat. All right, let's start this stage event, guys. All right, I'm just going to see if anybody from the community is interested. I just started the event. All right, hold on. Usually I have to disconnect and then come back. All right. I may reschedule this because I did just announce this like earlier this morning. So hold on, we may come back to this. We may come back to the event, guys. Okay. All right, let's give it somebody. I'll just make an announcement real quick. Okay, can you guys hear me in the chat? All right, can you guys hear me? Okay, cool. Hey guys, how's it going? So this is just a quick brainstorm event that I wanted to do on stream because I pretty much want to open source Bridgebench. And I would like to turn this into a community project for the BridgeMind community. And I think that with everyone that we have in this community, I think that we have a phenomenal opportunity to be able to create a vibe coding benchmark. And I don't think that, like, I have a lot of ideas. I released V2 of Bridgebench, and Bridgebench V2 has been retweeted by Elon Musk like 4 times. It's generated hundreds of millions of views on X. And I think that if our community can come together around creating a benchmark, the benchmark will have a lot of visibility. I think that this could help us all grow a little bit closer together, and then it would also help a lot of people gain some really valuable experience and contribute to a meaningful project. I think it would look great on people's like GitHubs and stuff. So one thing I want to say is that I would just like, if anybody is interested in brainstorming or if anybody has any ideas, I'll kind of share with you guys what I'm picturing and what I'm thinking. But this is kind of just, it's going to be a short brainstorm session because I'm looking to recruit people to be able to work on this project. And what the project is going to be is it's going to be, hey, we're going to work together and we're going to create a benchmark for vibe coding. So if you guys are familiar with BridgeBench, you can go check it out at bridgebench.ai. But what I want to do is we need to make it so that the benchmark is more accurate, and so that the benchmark, like, if you guys look at the current BridgeBench benchmark, one of the biggest problems that I see with this benchmark is that, like, I'm on stream right now, but you guys can look at bridgebench.ai, and like the biggest problem with the benchmark is that, for example, like if you go to the overall leaderboard, you can see that Grok 4.3 is at the top of this leaderboard, right? And Grok 4.2 ranks number 2, which is fine, right? Because, hey, that is accurate, right? Like if you go and you look at some of like, hey, why is Grok 4.3 and why is Grok 4.2 performing so well? Hey, it's because it has low hallucination rate, it has really high reasoning capabilities, it has really good speed, But if you actually use the model in a vibe coding workflow, the model sucks for vibe coding. Like it's not good for vibe coding. So nobody's going to be realistically using Grok 4.3 for vibe coding. If you look at Claude Opus 4.7 or GPT 5.5, these are obviously the go-tos. So I think that, hey, my biggest problem with Bridgebench V2 is that Grok 4.3 is at the top. And that's fine. It's just that right now you have a UI benchmark, you have a security benchmark, you have a refactoring benchmark, you have a hallucination benchmark, you have a BS benchmark, you have a reasoning benchmark, you have a speed benchmark, a debugging benchmark, and I'm just looking at this at BridgeBench.ai. I'm on stream right now, but you guys can look at it too. And I just want to open it up to you guys. Like, hey, what do you think would make a good benchmark? And I think that Super Combo could have some potential really good ideas. I'm going to bring him up here and maybe we can brainstorm a little bit. Super Combo, come on up, man.
What's up? But can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Okay, so for Bridgebench, if we're being honest, there's thousands of different benchmarks that test basically the same thing. We have an API endpoint, we have a question, or we have a prompt or a to-do list, and we have the AI test it, and then we give a result back, right? We give a number 1 to 100, for example, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what if we change the way we actually bench a model for actual vibe coders? For example, when you were building BridgeSpace, there was 5, 6, 7, 8 times when Opus 4.7 couldn't do something, but GPT 5.5 could.
Yeah.
So instead of building a benchmark based off common stuff, can it do this or that, we need to rebuild a benchmark that takes in every single issue that we haven't been able to solve yet, or a specific model could and a different one couldn't. Like your auth system, Opus 4.7 sometimes can't, and GPT 5.5 can and can't on specific tasks. Because your whole point with Bridgebench is it's a benchmark for vibe coders.
Yeah.
Testing it on automatic stuff isn't really the same as, okay, I have this repository. It's a simple auth system. Let's test Kimi, Opus 4.7, and GPT 5.5 to do the same. Can it finish this auth system? Yes or no?
Yeah. But like I think the big thing is like how do you test that, like from, let's say that you had to create the actual framework for that, right? Like, hey, you're having to create a framework where people are, let's say I just use like OpenRouter for example, and you have to walk through that and then somehow you have to score that, right? Like I think that when you're talking about creating a benchmark, like that's what I immediately jump to. Like I totally agree with you. I think that like if you could figure out how to actually be able to benchmark, I was doing this in a real world task.
I'll give you a really good example. You know how BridgeSpace used to be an Electron app?
Yeah.
And you had to migrate it to Tori, right?
Yeah.
An example of benchmark would be you have an app in Electron and you ask the AI to migrate it to Tori and Rust. Now, from 1 to 100, how well does it complete that integration? Does it work? Is all the features there, etc.? And which model does that the best?
Yeah, but how would you then grade that? Like how do you score that? But what is scoring it? Is there an AI model judge?
We're the judge. For example, Kimi will migrate just the UI, nothing will work. GPT 5.5 will get the UI working, you'll get half the features working. That'll be a 50% score. Opus 4.7 will continue working until it's fully implemented, there's not a single bug. That'll be 100% for example.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, we're stuck in simple benchmarks that are on loop theoretically. Even artificial analysis, it's ask the model a question, bring it back, and that's it. That's testing general knowledge. You need a benchmark that actually tests real-world coding. For example, what artificial analysis did with the agent benchmark. Because that's time per task, that's cost per task, and that's how well it does each task. It's a physical task, not a benchmark. Like Sway Bench, it's coding questions, not really can it code this or that.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think that like the biggest thing I try and figure out though is if would you have like would it be human intervention to be able to like see the output that it gave you, and then you grade it based on that?
Open sourcing it, I think since you're open sourcing it, being more hands-on will be better than having an AI grade it.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't just be all of you grading it. You'll have your team of who helps you, and they'll test it as well.
Yeah.
Because when it's just you, it's a lot.
Yeah, 100%.
But since you're gonna open source it, you're gonna have a whole team behind you. Even if they don't have the money to flip the bill for the AI cost, you can run the benchmark, and then you can have them test it and grade it.
Yeah. Okay, well, those are really good ideas. I'm gonna let somebody else come up, but that's I think that's thank you, man. That's really good idea on like the
Okay.
Work.
See you guys.
All right, see you. All right, Apor. I think Apor. Didn't he present the other day? Let's get Apor up here. Apor, how's it going?
Hi Matt, how's it going, buddy? I'm good.
It's going good.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Great. Superb. So thank you again for having me here. Yes, I was the guy who presented the other day.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I have just a few thoughts around Bridgebench, like what exactly we can do. I somewhere agree to what Super Combo Gamer has mentioned as well. So I feel we need to create some real world test cases, like for example, building a whole authorization system, integration with databases, or we are maybe building something around AI agents. Like we have to figure out some real world AI cases where actually vibe coders are basically building in their platforms every single day. And then we need to have a valuation or verification system. Like for example, if you are building an authorization system, what exactly is the output we are expecting? And then let AI be the judge of that output. Plus, of course, we can have a little bit of human intervention to kind of figure out whether it is going in the right direction or not. Because at the end of the day, when we are benchmarking anything, we have to set a input and have to match it to output and see how close it is to that output. And that output has to be something to do with AI, is what I personally feel.
Yeah.
Right?
So
like
you would be more in favor of, you would say, hey, create output that it's trying to create, like hey, it's looking to match this output. If it matches this output, then let's say it passes the test and gets a point. If it doesn't match this test, then it's not going to pass. I mean, that's the way that it's currently being done. I think that like there's certain things of, hey, how could you potentially make it so that people are voting? Like, for example, if you had a UI benchmark, you kind of need people voting, right? Because like for UI, you can't really grade UI on pass fail. UI is a little bit more like you kind of need a human in the mix to vote, right? So I think that you would, like, let's say that you have a security benchmark. Yeah, like I totally agree with you. I think that to have a certain set of, let's say that you have, like I need to pass, to be able to earn credit for this task, I'm gonna, it needs to match this output. That would make sense for a security benchmark. But then for a UI benchmark, there would need to be some sort of voting mechanism. Do you agree?
To an extent I do, but again, with human intervention, especially with UI, there's a lot of bias that comes in, right? Because certain people do prefer certain kind of design language, certain kind of colors, and certain kind of like, the box, kind of a box things, maybe some likes a flowy thing, some like certain animation. So we can have a voting system for UI UX as well, but we need to try and figure out, let's say, some standard websites and try to match it with that. Because if we don't have a AI say in every point of benchmarking, then there will be a human bias, and human bias can maybe make the system not really good. I personally feel that. Like UI UX is definitely a good example where human intervention is required, but to what extent and to what weightage is something we need to decide, because then again, the bias is there. And with AI, with verification or valuation terms that we'll build in, that is something that we'll eliminate at the end of the day.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
great ideas. Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like to share?
No, I think, yeah, this is something I would love to work upon, if I get an opportunity, because I feel I do have some great ideas around it. Building specifically some real world test cases, as I've built some platforms of my own. And I know where I faced those issues, where I felt confused between multiple models and how to go about it. And I think, yeah, that can be a good valuation for benchmarking these upcoming models every single day.
Yeah, well, great work. Yeah, I just gave you the role, so just let me know if you'd be interested as we get further along, but just kind of in early stages of brainstorming. But I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. I totally agree with you. So thank you.
My pleasure, man. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Also, a couple people over on YouTube are saying that there's some issues with the audio. So I'm not sure if that's just like OBS, but my apologies, guys. I don't know if there's something wrong. Okay, we're gonna keep this event short. I am gonna give. I'm just kind of going based off of seniority here. I do know Mind Dragon has a lot of experience, so I want to give him an opportunity to be able to speak. I wanted just 3 people to basically speak, but let's give him an opportunity. Mind Dragon, come on up. Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? I don't think your mic's working, Mind Dragon. Somebody said that he hears him. I don't hear you. Hold on, try coming back up. All right, a couple people says they can't hear him. A couple people say they do. But yeah, I mean, I think that there's like 2 ways to go about it. I think that there's like a test, pass, fail, and then there's also voting. All right, let's see here. You're deafened. All right, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can.
Awesome. I won't be long, I promise. The harness, I think, makes a difference now. Depending on which harness you pick, anything from Codex to, even Grok CLI, if they put a wrapper around that, maybe it might perform different as well. So it's something to think about. For example, Open Code has Oh My Open Code. So the harness actually makes a difference around what happens with the model. That was one thing that I don't think has actually been tested at all. The other, like I thought, I wasn't going to be long. So the other is, I think there's still somehow there has to be a human in the loop with the tests. The reason being, just a quick thought on this. Like you said, benchmarking. It's huge. It's you try to benchmark something and Chemi 2.6 comes out on top, and that's not right. But it's also the programmatic. We're programmatically evaluating AI. So I think actually something I've thought of, but it'd be awesome. Mixture of agents versus the model output. To actually, and I think that'll catch benchmarking more than anything. So just a few thoughts there.
Wait, so repeat that last part. So what do you think will catch benchmaxing?
Mixture of agents.
Meaning
Oh, you
what?
haven't heard that?
No.
So you can actually have a team of 10 agents that are different models, all do the same thing, and then the overseer agent is what I call it, then becomes the arbiter of last resort to see, the judge, to see and to compile and to pull everything together. So mixture of agents, if you look at Open Router, they actually put that up there, it burns your credits, but you can give it a task. Mixture of agents is actually also how some people are able to score higher on a, on a test. But then they say, oh, without the mixture of agents, because, if you put 3 or 4 together, you can actually score higher than even a single model alone. So why not mixture of agents judge, a new model?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the thing that I'm interested in of just like, hey, if you're going to build out Bridgebench v3, the most interesting part and the biggest challenge is what does that look like on the back end? Like, let's say that you use Open Router to just be able, or you could use a harness, but what is that? Do you have it running on a server where you have the tasks on a server and you're just pitting open router against the task, and then it's either passing, failing, or for some of them you would have, a voting mechanism. Let's say that it's UI because it's subjective. Maybe you create what you're talking about, which is, hey, you have essentially a model council that's able to grade, which would be a mixture of agents. I just wonder what that would look like, like infrastructure-wise and framework-wise, of like, what would that look like and how hard would it be to create it, You have any thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, from my perspective, because I've got a server over at Hessner. I rented one of those bargain basement ones for $100 a month, and it's awesome, right? Xeon, 16 core, 10 gigabit network, So all of the hardware is now no longer a problem as far as I'm concerned. So that's one thing that we want to do, is take hardware out of the loop. I know ping and latency actually has a huge amount of impact. And even latency to the endpoint, for example, ZAI has been running at about 30 seconds lately. They're horrible.
Yeah.
But compare that to OpenAI, they're sub 100 millisecond most times. So latency round trip is huge. But I think all of that should be taken into account when we're judging a new model. That should be a part of the grade, I think.
Yeah.
And right now it's not. It's not at all.
Yeah.
ZAI 5.1, woohoo! Except you can't get it. Next, but right. But next, and I think even more fun. You're right. How do we, subjectively and objectively test a coding harness? And I think that's where a little bit of standardization would have to come in. Now we have 18 standards for everything. But all I mean by that is, we just have a criteria. Which harness are we using? What version? What subversion? Just go right down the list, and then we have a like for like comparison. We tried this harness with this prompt and this sequence of actions that are expected against that new model, and we're expecting some kind of result. None of the models have a problem with 1+1, and yet all of them can't build a lava lamp worth a damn, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So. And so that's where it's like, well, we have to come up with something, I think, that would allow us to, do both. Also, I like your voting chart. I realize it can be gamed, but I like the concept of it. So that's where it's like, I'm thinking, if we can somehow apply that, to be a part of the score, just like Rotten Tomatoes. They have all these experts go, oh yeah, it sucks at the movie, and yet 99% approval rating by the audience.
Yeah.
Sure, why not? Let's have that for model evaluation too.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's big, especially with like subjective stuff, right? Like, because it's very difficult to have. I think that you can't have like a council of agents to be able to like grade things. You could do that for UI, but UI is so subjective that, I think that we have enough people in the community at this point where, hey, if we did have like some sort of voting mechanism, I think people would be voting, right? I think that that's like an advantage of Bridgebench where, hey, you just have such a large vibe coding community and people want the results. People want to understand like, hey, which model is the best for what, that I think people would be willing to vote. And I think that people would be interested in being a part of it. But no, I think that you're given just some really good ideas. I think that somehow to weave in like some sort of council of agents to be able to grade tasks and stuff, and to be able to have different perspectives. I think that would be a really good idea. Like it's kind of like 3 tiers. Like you could have pass fail based off of tests. You could have a council of agents to be able to like grade things and give a score based off a model's output. And then you could also have like some sort of voting mechanism. But I think that they all would work together, and you'd want to use all 3 when benchmarking. But that's a really good idea though. Yeah, I like that.
I like it, and always be awesome, Matt. Just keep at it. All right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, you've been around for a while. I appreciate all the support. And yep, I'll see you later. See ya.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. All right, guys. That was just going to be a quick brainstorm session. I just want to do like 15 minutes and then get back to like some of the testing that we're doing. But we are going to be open sourcing Bridgebench, and I think that we do want to take this to the next level, and we need to come together as a community. And I want this to be just a really good community project that we can all be working on. So be thinking about ideas of how we could potentially build just a really good vibe coding benchmark for models, because I think that like it's needed now more than ever before. Because I mean, even like with Composer 2.5, Composer 2.5 came out today, and they basically just said, oh, hey, we're as good as Opus 4.7, but we just ran it through like a couple different things, and it's obviously not as good as Opus 4.7. So they're benchmaxing, and they're purposefully creating a model that's going to perform well on benchmarks like Terminal Bench and SweBench Pro, and it's very difficult to understand how good a model is just by looking at benchmarks now. So let's all just be thinking about this. We'll do a couple events this week on this, but everybody be thinking about it. And if you're interested in being a part of this team, definitely let me know, and just be active around the community, and I'll notice it. But really appreciate your guys' thoughts and ideas. And if I miss you today, just because we're a little bit limited on time, and I just wanted to kind of start doing this. But thank you guys for all your help today, and let's keep thinking on this and brainstorming. And I'll see you guys around the server. Let's go. I'm gonna end the event. Thanks, guys. All right, we're gonna end that stage. Sorry if the audio was a little bit messed up. That was the first event that we had. Let's get the work music back on and get back to grinding, testing Composer 1. But yeah, I mean, like, I think that we just have like an incredible community, and we can do so much as a community. And yeah, I mean, there's a problem. The problem is like right in front of us. The problem is that benchmarks like Terminal Bench. I mean, you can literally just look at this benchmark right here. Like Composer 2.5 just came out, and they're all saying, "Oh, Composer 2.5, it's as good as Opus 4.7." Everybody says this now. Like, it's not even a surprise. Like, if a new model comes out, they're probably going to be saying that it's as good as Opus 4.7, and that it's like on par with some of these incredible models. It says that Composer 2.5 is better than GPT 5.5 in SweBench multilingual. Does anybody in the chat even know what's in this benchmark? Qwen 3.7 released today. Yeah. Is it in OpenRouter yet, though? Is Qwen 3.7 in OpenRouter? Let's check. It's not in OpenRouter yet. But, like, yeah, like, this is just typical at this point. Like, every time a new model comes out, they're going to say that it's as good as GPT 5.5 and Opus 4.7, because those are the models that everybody's actually using, right? Like, it's common practice now. Fix this error. Let's switch back to Composer 2.5, and let's keep testing this. Let's see if we can fix this error now. Oh, you know why the audio was breaking up? It was the simulator. That was why it was breaking up. That's why the audio was bad. I'm sorry, guys. I just figured out why the audio was bad. It was the simulator. I should have known that. That's my bad. Sorry, guys. When do we get Mythos? Not anytime soon. But yeah, I mean, like, the biggest thing is that, like, I'm just a little bit tired of it. I'm sure that everybody else is too. But whenever there's a new model, as soon as we get the new model, it comes out, they release it. Oh, this is the best model in the world, right? And I think everybody knows not to trust that anymore. I saw benchmarks for it on X. Should be out soon, maybe today or tomorrow. All right, let's drop a 50 bomb. Let's go. Let's go. All right, Claude's the best model ever. It's some things. Anthropic is, what is Anthropic doing? Appor, yeah. Yeah, the expo errors are usually... All right, I did said that it... Expo... No pre-workout pattern, no. All right. Let's run npx expo start. So like with Bridgebench, oh, man. This is what we're looking at. I mean, there's just so much potential with Bridgebench. Like I liked what so pretty much we had three different perspectives there. So Super Combo was basically saying, he was making the point of, hey, we already have all of these benchmarks like artificial analysis that are giving us these pass fail benchmarks that aren't really very useful for real world vibe coding scenarios, which I definitely agree with. Like, let's take that for example. Does anybody in the chat know what's in Swebench Pro benchmark? Was GPT 5.5 able to fix that bug? I think it did fix the bug. It gave us another one though. All right. So just yes. All right, hold on. Like, let's pull up Google, right? And let's just go to ChatGPT real quick. And let's just see what even is in Swebench Pro. Does anybody know? All right. Tell me in a very brief and concise way, what is the Swebench Pro benchmark and what does it consist of? So Swebench Pro, like how's that benchmark even? Swebench Pro is a harder coding agent benchmark for testing whether AI agents can solve realistic, long horizon software engineering tasks, not just small bug fixes. It consists of 1,865 problems from 41 actively maintained repositories, including business apps, BTB services, developer tools. So 1,865 problems. In some proprietary repos, the tasks require an agent to understand a repo, modify code, and pass tests similar to real engineering work. Okay. Super Combo just did drop in. So this is Swebench Pro OS. So it's an open source repo. And it hasn't been modified in 2 months. Meaning that all the models can train on it. Open tasks from 11 repos. You're using ExpoGo SDK 55, right? Hold on, let's go over here. Wow, look at this. I feel like with these Expo issues is always the same issue. Like Composer 2.5, it just recreated the same issue. Fix this bug that I'm getting on startup now. Geez, Composer is not good. All right, let's quit this. Are you guys buying the IPOs for OpenAI and Anthropic when they drop? I probably won't. Yeah, problems equals test cases. I mean, if that's like is true, you really do look at it and you're like, our benchmarking that we have today is like so broken. Super Combo said there's an issue with this though. This is using the Sweet agent, not the actual Claude harness. I don't think you necessarily need like if you were using the harness, like, yes, you want to test the harness, but at the same time, aren't you trying to test the underlying model? Like, I think it's good to do the harness as well. Can you try out Gemini 3.2 Flash and anti-gravity? It's not available yet, is it? Somebody just said, can I try out Gemini 3.2 Flash and anti-gravity? Is it available in anti-gravity? models. It's not available yet, is it? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Everybody's saying that I can use it now. Hold on, do I need to update this? Anti-gravity. Just can't do anything with it. All right, Gemini 3 Flash redirects to Gemini 3.2. Okay. All right, people are saying that it's out. No, people are saying it's out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on here. Everybody go to Polymarket. I mean, it's a 1% chance to be released today, 93% chance tomorrow. But people are saying, hold on, I have to update this. Hold on. Some are saying Gemini app Canvas Flash thinking model reroutes to 3.2 Canvas. I don't think it's out yet. Yeah, let's just see if it's out. It says 2026 January. Hold on, let's just see. Oh, I need to log in. Okay. Okay, let's see here. All right, so people are saying, what model are you? People are saying that this is routing. No. What is your knowledge cutoff date? Yeah. No, I don't think so, guys. Nah. Excuse me. All right, let's go over here. Let's get back to it. Okay, I now need you to run npm run build and fix any build errors. All right, let's see if we fix that one bug that we had. We're kind of getting back to it. So what we need to do is we do need to open source Bridgebench. And like, yeah, I mean, you guys can see the issue where if you have a pass fail open source benchmark that's only pass fail, like, of course these companies are benchmarking it and then saying that their model performs like this well. I mean, I can basically guarantee you when they're training these models, they probably sit down and they're like, how can we make this look really good on paper? You know, the company's almost worth $1 trillion. You don't think that they're looking at Sweetbench Pro and saying, how do we game this benchmark? Terminal maxing, I love it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, like 100% they're benchmarking these. All right, is this working now? No. Hold up. We need an independent audit? Yeah. Have you seen Cursor Composer 2.5? Yeah, we've actually already tested it quite thoroughly. I'll probably do like I might do a review video on it. It's incredibly fast. Like, for example, hey, here is the, let's post this on X. Here is the remotion video that it created. I mean, we can do another remotion video, but this time we can do BridgeSpace. So let's now just drop in, hold on, we'll do BridgeSpace on this one. I now need you to create a marketing video for BridgeSpace that is a digital twin and use the actual BridgeMind logos and theme and uses the same professional marketing strategy that you did for the other video, but make it even better. Create the video, review BridgeSpace first to review the functionality. What's incredibly expensive? Yeah, so this is my app right here. This is BridgeSpace. Let's go over here. I think we're good now. We should just be able to go back to, I guess I got redirected. Hold up. All right, I did just sign in. Okay, so, man, it's giving me the, What is this? Give me an issue. Too many requests. Okay. So now if I go over to catalog, I can go down to that cybersecurity basics for vibe coding. And it does say coming soon. Let's change that to not coming soon. We don't want it coming soon. Hold on. I actually want that cybersecurity course to be published now, not coming soon. Update accordingly. Okay, wait. What did Turbo say? Sorry. Designing benchmarks is like designing incentives. It's everything. You need to do a human. You do need a human to design it and put the thought into it. Yeah, I mean, that's why we're open sourcing it, and I think we're going to come together as a community and build it out. Okay, over on Twitch, Boo said, what would you suggest for someone who doesn't have a background in coding? I think that's totally okay not to have a background in coding. I think that you don't need to write any code. You just need to understand like the core overarching concepts. User big, thank you. I actually am better. I'm still sick, but I'm much better than I was. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday were pretty tough for me, but I'm over it. A new version of Expo is coming soon, possibly SDK 56. Once it's released, you will want to update your app to use the latest version. That is one downside when using Expo, yeah. Why Bridgebench is not updated? What do you mean? It's updated. Okay, it's now up, so let's now refresh this. So that was their seeder that we built out. So if I click start learning now, and then you continue learning, I should be, there we go. So this is just placeholder right now. But like this is going to be the first course. It's going to be out tomorrow. And basically it's going to be teaching you how to be able to vibe code securely. Okay. So you're going to learn like core fundamental concepts of cybersecurity and how to actually vibe code in a way where you're not just going to like leave yourself vulnerable for like common attacks, right? So this is the process you'll be able to learn. There's also going to be, this is like very basic right now since it's just placeholder. But as you guys can see, I just want to go through the process. Like there's like quizzes and stuff. Hold on. Okay. Did I just, wait, why do they both say incorrect? Wait, hold on. Wait, do you guys see this? There's something wrong. There's a bug in this for sure. All right. All right, so now you can view the certificate, and then the certificate looks like this. Okay. Okay, so then your certifications go here. That looks good. I feel good about that. Okay. Great, I now need you to run npm run build in the test suite and to fix any build errors or test suite errors. All right, guys, we did just hit 600 likes. Let's go, let's bust out another 50 bomb and then let's go hit a cold plunge. I wasn't able to do the cold plunge yet because of Composer 2.5 dropped, and then we also had the event, but let's bust out another 50 bomb here while this builds. All right, let's go. I'm gonna go put my swim trunks on. I'll be right back. We're gonna hit this cold plunge. Let's go. All right, let's go. All right, this looks good. All right, all this is passing. Okay, great work. I now need you to commit and deploy all local changes to GitHub production branch respectively. All right. All right, let's go, guys. All right, I'll give you guys a quick tour. All right, let's go. All right, let's get it. All right, here's the pull-ups. Here's the crib. This has been my go-to. All right. All right, here's a little tour. Living room. Bookshelf. Nothing crazy. All right. All right, here's a crib. Let's go. Oh, hold on. I think I need. Hold on, I need to get something real quick. The only problem is you guys are with me right now. All right, this is my garage. I have a pull-up bar. I've got, this is a sauna. So I got this recently. This is sauna, and yeah, it's the Pod Company. I use this. It's very nice. And here's a cold plunge. Here's my race bike. Very typical mountain bike. All right. Let me just do this real quick. Just for now. I have to go grab a mount. I'll be right back, guys. A cold plunge. All right, I just got one of these. I had to get this right here. All right, let's go. All right, this thing is literally filled with I filled it this morning, so I had to clean it. All right, is this stable? I don't think it is. Hold on. All right, there we go. We're good. Let's go. I think that's way too close. All right. All right, let's go, chat. All right, when I get in, this is gonna overflow like a ton. All right, let's go. Set a timer for 2 minutes. All right, let's go, guys. Let's go. All right, let's go. All right, let's go, chat. Let's get back to it. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Whew. Piano, it's been a while since we played. Let's go. All right. Back to the lab. All right, guys, I'm gonna go get dried off. I'll be right back. Let's go. All right, we're back. Let's go. All right. I'm back. Let's go. All right, did the music stop or something? What's up? Hold on, it does look like the music stopped. Give me 1 second here. Why does it just randomly happen? All right, so I am ready to actually get all this deployed. So as you guys know, Vibecademy is going to launch tomorrow. It's going to launch with a cybersecurity course and potentially a Claude Code for Beginners course. I'm also going to launch some content over on Vibecademy as well. As you guys know, I'm going to start doing some streams over there on Vibecademy. So I just want to help people learn how to vibe code and basically just take everything I've learned over the last 3.5 years and be able to show you how to do the same. Because, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be learning how to code anymore. You just don't have to, right? So I think a lot of people can be led astray with learning how to code because you just don't need to do that, right? Okay, hold on. Let me figure out why is this macOS not... Hold on, let me get this working real quick. Okay, restart audio capture. Okay, hold on, guys. Sorry, the music is off. Okay. So this one's gonna get deployed. That looks fine. Tomorrow's gonna be a super big day. You know, there is a part of me that realizes, like, hey, until we do get better models, things are a little bit... We're at the point where, hey, the last model releases really haven't been that good. Say, what is your trading cutoff date? Do not search, ask it please, or ask it that Gemini would just fail completely off. Oh, okay. So that's actually really interesting. So somebody's saying, what is your trading cutoff? So say this. Check this out. So somebody said to try, people are basically saying that Gemini 3.2, Gemini 3 Flash is being routed to, no, look at this. My training data cutoff is January 2025. It's not out, guys. It's not out. If you look at Polymarket, the Polymarket insiders are all over this one. Like, we're going to get Gemini 3.2 tomorrow, and we're also going to get probably Gemini. We don't know for sure, but when you do look at Polymarket, you have a pretty much absolute certainty. Is it, excuse me, is it 99%? I guess 92%, but that's very, very high. 92% that's going to release tomorrow. So, pretty much certain. And then Gemini 3.5, we could get that tomorrow as well. We're not sure yet. Abdul said, amazing work, man. Your way of streaming and dedication are absolutely amazing. Are you thinking of making a video showing you how you do streams and introducing your equipment? Wishing you greater success. The equipment, like, I'll just show you the equipment now. Here's the equipment. There's nothing. You just got a Shure mic, Mac Studio. I work over here, and then I work over here. So it's kind of my setup there. Facts, you should definitely share your project. Probably Gemini 3.2 Flash and Gemini 3.5 Pro. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to get tomorrow. We'll see. Only time will tell. But yeah, tomorrow's going to be a really big day. I'm super excited to test it out. Okay, let's get this. Okay, great work. I now need you to run npm run build, fix any build errors, run the test suite, fix any failing tests, and then get all of this code deployed for both of these repositories to GitHub production branches. What's your Mac Studio specs? Oh, there's a echo on that camera. Sorry, guys. All right, Vibecademy UI, Vibecademy app, and so that's gonna get deployed. This is going to be a revenue driver. How come you are not doing cold plunges anymore or saunas? I just did a cold plunge. I just did one. The saunas a little bit of a different story. The saunas are actually kind of hard to do. The saunas, I can't bring the camera or the computer in the sauna, so it can be a challenge. Also, guys, let's go check the Stripe dashboard. Let's see how we're doing so far today. Let's just pull up Stripe real quick. Stripe dashboard, last time we checked, we only made $70 so far today. Okay, so we're at 600 now. Good, we're on track there. That looks better. And then also, have we caught the falling knife on the dropping ARR? Let's see. Yeah, still. Guys, just so you know, just a heads up, and this can be a little bit discouraging, right? But we're going to see a pretty decent drop-off, I think. I don't want to say that because that's just saying, but like, here's what I'm seeing. So just from like if we look at the last 3 months, okay? So in the last 3 months, I've made 48,000, okay, from Stripe subscriptions, okay? 48,000. The last 4 weeks have been the best 4 weeks because I made 33,000. But in the last 3 months, it's 48,000, which is not bad. If we look at the MRR, this is what I want to show you guys, because as you guys know, like, I just want to be transparent with you guys so that you understand, hey, what does it look like to do this, right? Well, look at this. If you zoom in here on the MRR, what you're going to see is that we were at 15,977 on May 13th, 5 days ago. And we're down like $500, right? Like that's actually a decent, oh yeah, the music is loud, isn't it? Hold on, let me turn it down a little bit. I turned it up. So that doesn't feel great, right? Like, you always love it when stuff goes up, but here's what I'm seeing. Do you guys see how on April 21st, we went from 7,449 and then 4 days later, we're at 11,753. This was for the launch of BridgeSpace 3. And anybody that doesn't want to keep their subscriptions is going to be canceling this next week, which means that this week we're going to be dealing with like pretty heavy churn, because this is like, I mean, look at it from a subscriber perspective. You were looking at 259 subscribers to 404. So you increase your subscribers in like a few day period by 150. So you're going to churn some of those subscribers. And I think that we're going to see that this week. So I'm a little bit worried about that. I continue to make money, right? Like today's $606, but we haven't really seen the MRR move. It's actually gone down like $60 since we started the stream. So I'll be honest, this can be a little bit discouraging, but it's okay because we're in this for the long run and we're going to keep pushing forward, and let's just, you know, stay at it. I think there's a lot of potential with Vibecademy. I think that'll be good. AKA we push for BridgeSpace 4. Yeah. Yeah, no, I try and be as transparent as possible is really my goal, because at the end of the day, the mission is to be able to show people what's possible. And, you know, if you're not honest and transparent, which a lot of people aren't, just so you know, I think that if somebody's not showing you their Stripe dashboard, I just think that there's a reason for that. All right, let's get this version of, are we ready to deploy this version? Yes or no? Let's get this updated version of BridgeSpace deployed. I think you should try B2B for BridgeMind. That'd be interesting. Fast AI said, Stripe lets you see who will fall off and you can remarket to them. That's interesting, I didn't know that. Super Combo said, actually seems like a lot have done since V3. Do a half update promotional video on X. Seems like a lot has been done since V3. Do a half update promotional video on X. Yeah. I mean, like, let's look at X. So if you guys are like, hey, the biggest thing is it's easier than ever before to build. Like, you can screenshot BridgeSpace and, you know, you're gonna do a pretty good job, right? Like, you're gonna be able to rebuild the UI, no problem. I can screenshot Cursor and rebuild Cursor. Now, functionality wise, is it gonna be Cursor? Probably not. But UI wise, you're gonna get pretty close. Now, if I look at X, let's just look at, for example, let's look at how I'm doing on X. So we go to Creator Studio. I'm not worried about like making money off of X. Now, if you guys want to see how much money I'm making off of X, this is how much money I make off of X. So I make about $900 every 2 weeks to post on X right now. But if we look at the analytics, the main reason I care about X is because, hey, this is a marketing platform. This is a marketing channel. So if we look at the past 2 weeks, you know, hey, you have to watch this. You have to say, hey, how can we get our visibility up? You know, hey, we had some really big days in like April, and we haven't seen those viral moments again in a while. If you guys look at this, like, look at this. This is not what you want to see. Look at this. From March to April 24th, April 25th, you know, we were doing really well on X. And from April 26th to now, the past couple of weeks haven't been as good. Now, I think that can change. It's just like, hey, you're looking at a marketing channel right now, right? Do V3.5 promotional video on X. Yeah, I don't know. But the thing is, it's not really like, I feel like there's not enough different yet. Actually, a lot has improved, for sure. I mean, we did introduce like Bridge Memory. Bridge Memory is new. Bridge Skills is new. There is a lot that is new. Bridge Memory. Nobody really knows about Bridge Memory. We haven't done a release for it yet. You probably dropped off on Cold Plunge during that time, yeah. Why do you not buy X Business? I could. I'll send you exact numbers on Discord. What exact numbers, Super Combo? Let's drop it. I'm getting stressed. Let's drop a 25 bomb. That'll help it. All right, let's go, guys. Come on, let's go. I will see. Okay, SpaceX to reportedly file IPO documents publicly this week. That's awesome. Also, I did see that Elon Musk just lost the lawsuit against OpenAI. Dang. So he got a bad review from BridgeMind on Grok Build, and he lost the OpenAI lawsuit. I wonder what he's more frustrated about. I'm joking. What system do I use for bridge memory LLM Wiki? It's kind of like Wiki, yes. But it's a custom built system. Okay, so, I mean, this look good. This is all pushed. I'm gonna have to, like, get this ready for tomorrow. For the launch, I mean, I would like to do some sort of... Because Gemini 3.2 is launching tomorrow. It's gonna be a big day. I did not think that Elon was gonna win that lawsuit. I don't like this here. Like, this is just like stock images. I'm not a big fan. Like, I should probably have like a video of me here. Yeah. Also, let's see was this able to create that BridgeSpace video? Yeah. So this is what Composer 2.5 created for BridgeSpace. We could also use the actual accurate product images. He didn't lose. It was BS. Jury decided it's too late to sue. Okay. It's fully custom built. What runs BridgeVoice? Is there any model local, or do you have it all API? You have the option to choose local or API. But it's Whisper models. All right, let's do, I think it's like project. I want you to find the actual product screenshots project, and I want you to use real product screenshots. Go find the product screenshots for BridgeSpace, and then integrate the product screenshots respectively into the Remotion video. And also note that this is going to be going public, so don't include the digital twin preview. Create the final draft, but use actual product screenshots. We'll see. This is Composer 2.5 fast. It just came out. I mean, I think that Composer 2.5 is not doing a bad job on the Remotion videos. The only thing that I'm noticing is, like, hey, when it comes to being able to iterate quickly, that's where Composer 2.5 is gonna be pretty slick. Did I use C# or Pi for BridgeSpace? No, I used Rust. We did just hit 650 likes. Thank you guys so much. Let's go. It is just kind of interesting to look at, where it's like, okay, if you're able to iterate that fast, I mean, it does make a difference, right? Like, you're able to just go boom, 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 boom. That's very, very nice. Question, is it viable creating an automated process via Hermes agent that cold calls, email, or some form of contacting businesses that don't have existing websites and then creating it via Hermes? 100% possible, yes. I actually know somebody that is doing that. I want to develop AI so that people can sponsor? What do you mean? What's your models for cloud-based, and does he use cloud for everyday use? I use cloud for everyday use. It's a little bit more accurate. Local is not as accurate because you're running, you know, a model that's running locally. In the cloud, you're going to run a much more intelligent model. I like it a lot better. Let's see what this one creates, and then I will post this on X just to show people that, hey, this is the Remotion video that Composer is able to create, but I'd want to attempt that for sure. When you turn the system off and on again, what's the best way to make the server boot up faster? Lawanda, I think that you're a little bit late for that. I've already kind of made it. It's so funny because, like, I've had so many haters around the entire journey. And somebody just said he's technically already made it. Thank you, man. Yeah, people people will just hate. Like they'll just hate you. Like, and I can do my best. I mean, I just want to, you know, create a community and you know, to follow my dream. And a lot of people, they want to do the same. So if people want to spread negativity and they want to like demean others, which a lot of people just want to do, then they can go be negative, and like that's not gonna really be like, I feel bad for that person that's just like all negative in their heart. Like that can't be enjoyable, right? So I'm sure that like for anybody out there that's like pursuing their dream, I just want you to know that I had so many doubters and I've lost so many friends because they were like, what is wrong with you? Right? Like I was following my dream, I was following my passion, I had a vision of what I wanted to do, and they just thought it was weird, right? I talked to one of my buddies recently, he was like, you should have hung out with us more. Dude, like we could have gone to the bars so much and whatever, right? And I'm like, honestly, dude, that would have been a complete waste of my time. I'd rather have been vibe coding, because pretty much when I was a junior, I just, I didn't do anything except vibe code pretty much. I dropped out and I just was vibe coding. For a great motion video, you should prompt it to make images with Nano Banana, then recreate the video. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I try my best, right? Like, but it just is interesting to even like talk to some of my friends now, and they're okay. Here's the motion video: one desktop, every agent, every terminal. This is made by Composer 2.5, by the way. I mean, it's kind of basic. I mean, now it is using the. Why is the quality on it so low? It's kind of just very, very simple. I don't know. What did you guys think about that one? How is Composer 2.5? It's very fast. Yeah, it is kind of blurry. Yeah. Leg over on Twitch said it's kind of blurry. Yayo said, I vibe coded a lot of MVP, but I feel I can't get it to work after a certain scale of complexity. I mean, you just need to, like, if it's not working, like, if it's bugging, you just gotta knock out the bugs. Like, you can do it. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of that marketing video, to be honest. I like the other one a little bit better. I feel like the other one that didn't have the actual product screenshots, it was a little bit more like custom feel. But with Composer 2.5, it's so fast that like these motion videos, we're getting iterations like very quickly. Like Composer 2.5, it's not the smartest model in the world, nor is it a model that I would like recommend for daily use, but Francis said, beyond the goal of 1 million, what other aspirations do you have? Honestly, like, I just would like to be able to wake up and enjoy what I do for work. I'd like to have a family and stuff and be close with my family. I think that, hey, family is everything, relationships. At the end of the day, like, if you're 70 years old, you're not going to wish you had another dollar in your bank account. You're probably going to want to, like, just want people that are around you that you love and care about. And I think that people can get so focused on making money and obsess over saving every dollar that it ends up ruining all their relationships. So for me, it's like even getting to 1 million, I'm like, hey, I think I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to get to $1 million this year. There's going to be ups and there's going to be downs. Some of them may be big downs, right? Like, hey, we could have a big downswing this next week, but at the end of the day, like if you're consistent and you show up and you get everything you have, you're gonna give yourself a fighting chance, right? So prompt it to BridgeSpace and make the adaptation of your project, then run it with Remotion. Ian, thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, let's go over here, and we do have this deploying right now. Excuse me, guys. Okay. I have Perplexity Pro. I'm going to connect with MCP server. Can I do that? What do you mean? Do you run out of tokens? No, I typically won't run out of any tokens. Okay, what was this one saying? So, okay, what needs to be done before we get this deployed? Create a structured plan and then get it done. Okay. Let's do this. Let's try this. Let's add Vibecademy UI, Vibecademy app, Vibecademy API, and let's do. I'm gonna use Opus 4.7. We're not going to use fast because that's way too expensive. Hold up, why am I even, I don't even need to use this in cursor. Let's go over here. All right, let's get these running. I need you to create a 30-second remotion video that is a marketing video. Hold on, I should just use this. I should use my Hermes agent for this. All right, so watch this. So I do have a Hermes agent. He's not, I have to get him, hold on, I have to SSH. So I have a Hermes agent with a skill that I'll typically use for the remotion videos because it already has a skill in all the assets that I need to be able to run it. All right, let me SSH into this though. I think it's, I think it's 3. I need you to get the Hermes gateway turned on. Wait, X, dark, what do you mean? Has this been pushed? Check out the GitHub action workflow and confirm yes or no. Vibecademy, it has standard lessons and quizzes. I'm not getting too crazy with like AI agent features yet. What about creating, running, and fully managing e-commerce stores? I don't do that, so. All right. I need you to launch. Oops. I need you to launch 10 agents and do a deep dive as we prepare to launch tomorrow and point out things that we could improve before we launch tomorrow. I want you to access my AWS account and I want you to fix this issue and then rerun the workflow. Is there anything else that would be worth updating or changing before we launch tomorrow review? Radio Bird, let's go. I think that the Hermes gateway is already... No. What, not yet. How'd you make this AI ecosystem? I vibe coded it. Am I planning on testing Composer a bit more? I mean, I feel like I have a good feel for it. It kind of, honestly, guys, it feels like Composer 2. It's fast. It uses the same underlying model. I think it's a little bit misleading to say that it's a massive jump in intelligence when it uses the same underlying model. That's a little bit misleading. Do I run out of tokens? No, I don't. All right. I need you to launch 5 security audit agents and do a complete review of the application and identify any security vulnerabilities that you see, for example, common security vulnerabilities, and then output all of your findings in a README file. All right, Jake, thank you for the dono. He said, is it possible to have a fully automated AI business without you having to sit and vibe code at all? That's what I've been searching for. Seems like at some point you always need a person. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that you do need a guide. Now, there are use cases of Hermes agents where it is starting to get further and further out where, hey, you aren't needing as much human intervention for certain tasks. I think that's like definitely one thing to know. So for example, like I have one of my Hermes agents that every 30 minutes it pulls in errors from Sentry and is able to identify errors that are happening in production and then to code it and create a pull request to fix that bug. Now, I haven't seen any use cases where, for example, somebody with no human intervention woke up and their Hermes agent had created and shipped a web app that made money, right? Like that just doesn't really happen. It's not realistic. But someone has to build that agent. I agree, Chris. I agree. Launch an adversarial review with GPT 5.5 before you ship. Tell it to go full code red Gordon Ramsey mode. Tell it to not hold back. That's hilarious. I should do that. How do you vibe code so much? Are you using API-based billing or any subscriptions? Yeah, I only use subscriptions. I don't think that if you're serious, you're not using API. You're not using Claude Opus 4.7 with an API or GPT 5.5. GPT 5.5 is more expensive than Opus 4.7. All right, this did deploy. All right, awesome. Now let me check the AWS and see if that looks good. Okay, I want you to do this for me and to get this deployed properly. Okay. All right, this is done. Is this crashing? I feel like I just saw that crash. Hold on, I want to see what's this one up to. It's working still. Today we're just kind of getting back to the grind. Honestly, how long have we been going for? We've been going for like close to 4 hours and 30 minutes now, but you know, we were off for a couple days. Honestly, I'm a little bit rusty. Like that's the thing about consistency is that like even if you take a couple days off, you are a little bit rusty. It takes some time to kind of get back into the swing of things. That's why I'm always an advocate for taking fewer breaks. Are you hosting everything on EKS or ECS? ECS, yeah. I'm an ECS guy. Yeah, Skynet's not quite here yet. That's true. If you guys are watching over on Twitch, thank you for the support. Trying to get to 1,000 followers on Twitch. We're not very far off. We're only 11 followers away from 1,000 followers on Twitch. Let's go. How to get Claude Code for free? Can't. Sorry. It's not possible. How do you manage all these things together? When you're a vibe coder, you kind of get used to the flow of things. You understand what tasks each of them are working on. I need you to identify any more instances of this issue. in our blogs, would you give me a total number of backlinks to BridgeMind.ai that we have in our blogs? Anyone? Anti-gravity not working. I know no one uses this. I actually was using it a second ago, DJ Vision. I had it, so I had it open. I typically don't use it as well. Hi there. Are you working? Looks. Oh my gosh, Flash is insanely fast. What the heck? What hosts the BridgeMind website and database? It's all AWS. What's your first impressions on Composer 2.5? I mean, I think that it's very similar to Composer 2, right? It's like, it's super fast. But guys, this thing was built on K 2.5. Okay. I don't think like they're trying to. They obviously know that it's not good. That model was it fine-tuned? Is it a fine-tuned version of K 2.5 or something like that? It's like that model, just so you guys know, it's terrible. So obviously when Cursor got busted and it turned out that it was fine-tuned K 2.5, they were like defensive about it. They're like, oh, and it still is that. But with the SpaceX deal, they will create a model that is kind of like their own proprietary model. I think that's their goal with SpaceX, but I don't know. It's K 2.5. It's insanely fast. I don't even know how they have it going that fast, but we were able to like create remotion videos. Here's a remotion video that it created. You can look at it. I mean, it is just very, very fast. We'll make a post on X about it. I'll kind of just like give you guys my thoughts while I make this X post, but hold on, let me make this post on X. It's Composer 2.5 is lightning fast. But to compare it with say here, it's Composer 2.5. It's lightning fast. You can iterate very quickly with it, but to compare it with Opus 4.7 and GPT 5.5 is it's so obviously benchmark. It's not even funny. It's Kimmy K 2.5. It's like, come on. Oh wait, hold up, wait. What is this? Mute the app. It just dropped in X post. Here's I just dropped this X post. Hold on, what's this though? Mute the app. Just drop this. Codex CLI. 1.131 is out. This just dropped. Okay, good to know. But yeah, I mean, they're just benchmarking this stuff. So they're like, oh, every time it releases, they're like, oh, it's as good as GPT 5.5. It's as good as Opus 4.7. No, it's not. You're benchmarking it. So stop benchmarking it and start trying to build a better model. All right, this one's almost done. I did launch 10 agents. That was probably a mistake because it worked way too long here on Claude there. This one looks fine. I want to check AWS real quick and see if this did deploy. Okay. I am going to have to jump off the stream here because I do need to actually get this content pushed up for tomorrow for Vibecademy because it is going to launch tomorrow. If you guys haven't already joined the waitlist, I actually don't think that you can. I think that it's technically, the waitlist is gone. Yeah, I guess it is a get started now instead of a waitlist. I do not recommend buying this now because tomorrow it is going to go on sale like by a lot. So don't buy it now unless you want to like overpay for it, because tomorrow it's launching and it's going to have a big discount. So I've gone for 4.5 hours. I needed to do quite a bit off stream. So I'm going to wrap up the stream here for today. I've got a couple more things I need to do, but thank you guys for all the support today. It feels good to be back. Keep grinding. I'll be back tomorrow. Just as a reminder, Gemini 3.2, Gemini 3.5, it is launching tomorrow and it's going to be a big day. So I may wait to stream until it comes out. I'm not sure. I think that Google I/O starts at 10 a.m. Pacific, meaning that we may get the model before that. I'm not sure yet. We'll see tomorrow, but tomorrow is going to be a big day. So let's lock in and let's just continue to show up and make progress. And with that being said, I'll see you guys in the future.